And we're back.
That'll teach those orphans not to fuck with me.
I swear to God, this is what we start with. Really, this is okay. It's gonna be that.
The recording.
It's gonna be that kind of fucking session. All right. No, yeah, no. That is on the recording now. All righty. God damn it.
And this is how we get banned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No. No, that's okay. It's not Twitch. God damn it. All right. Get back to my folder that I like to have open there. I will kill you.
Not me doing it. My hands are away from my soundboard buttons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You guys see what I go through here?
In fact, I'm over here opening IQ to turn off my soundboard buttons right now.
Sorry. Yeti thinks Zeke's invincible. I can prove that wrong this session.
I did one thing
I know,
ever.
I'm fucking with you. All right, we ready to go?
Never.
Never. Already. Welcome back, everyone, to The Legend of Zelda, Betrayer of Hyrule. We are on episode 23, which means I need to change that in just a second. When we left off, with Zelda gone, the party sprang into action, fearing the worst. The tracks led away from the forge house, but Asplin found that he couldn't pass the threshold to go outside. Suddenly, Asplin winked out of existence, and the house and everyone in it was frozen in time. The party journeyed north, following Zayla's tracks, until you arrived at Death Mountain. In the time it took you to get there, Zayla probed Hoyle for answers, intending on accompanying the guard captain up the mountain, but Hoyle declined. The party caught up after Hoyle made his way up, and, dodging boulders, you managed to get there just before Cassios made a grand exit. Asplin found himself in Termina, chasing a warped version of himself through the town. Finally cornered by it, he shot it, and realized too late that he had shot himself in doing so. From that point forward, he was vulnerable to Majora, and the entity did not hesitate, stripping Asplin of his true form and leaving him with his terrible fate. Back on Death Mountain, the party chose to talk again, learning from Hoyle that Hylia had thrown the world out of balance by slaying Demise, and that Hoyle intended to collect the pieces of the Triforce. He intended to restore Demise and Hylia to their equal and opposing places, and the only way to do that was to reset the timeline from the beginning. Alrighty. Go to the porch house.
The porch house?
The porch house.
It's like not loading half the map for me. This is great. There we go.
The face isn't loading for half the map.
Shut up.
All right. So we begin.
Let me get into that thing there. There
Sure, we
goes.
finished our downtime actions last
So-
session.
I suppose my first question would be, do you want to start another downtime?
Here's the thing: that timer has that counter hasn't been going up, y'all.
No, it hasn't.
That's what's scaring me.
What was
It
the
is a bit
thing that we
scary,
left
so-
off on last time exactly?
Zayla went outside and saw the vague outline forming on the moon that may or may not be getting closer.
Oh yeah.
So where the
Yeah.
fuck is Ren?
Good question.
Oh,
Ren's a double agent.
Secret agent man.
Damn it.
Dun, dun, dun.
I think
Well,
we should
it's-
go search for Ren then.
At least we still have Lana.
Should we go search for Ren?
Well, give Zeke is doing something here.
Link, you have any idea where your friend went?
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm at a different place. I'm gone.
Yeah, she's just gone.
What about you? Did you see her leave?
Good question. I remember I blinked, and you guys were gone. And then you were back. I didn't see her leave.
Oh no.
Asplin, you sucked her into Clocktown.
No, I think I see the angle Vic's going for. I hate you if that's the angle you're going for.
We're gonna put a pin in this because Nags has probably predicted me again.
Oh, I'm not. Oh, I have no intent of sharing my information this time.
Though,
I'm clueless.
I will say, things that you did recently, you have made it onto Death Mountain, and you have seen the crystal encasing the tower, right? You have gone south, and you've seen Fi's crystal. You have unlocked a large part of the map. You have gathered the Pendant of Courage and have all 3 pendants now. And Zeke completed the effigy side favor for the merchant, who should still be near the Ice Palace. So there's a lot of things that you could do.
Right. Okay, well,
And plenty of time in which to do it.
Knowing is he, and Yanni, correct me if I'm wrong. Knowing Zeke, I think he'd want to keep that working relationship private.
For the moment.
Him splitting off from us while we're out on the field is a bad idea. But somebody will follow him.
Well, here's the other question.
We asked him.
There's the other question. If you want to start another downtime, we can do unique endeavors for whoever wants to scout and check things out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's always an option. Anybody have any injuries?
Nope.
I don't think so. Let me double check.
All right.
I have a broken. Wait, I think I rested and fixed that after, because I got that during the Chew fight, didn't I?
Right. Yeah, that
Or
should be
that-
gone by now.
Sorry.
Broken leg during the chew, yeah.
Yeah, so that should be mended. Okay. Well, what's more important right now? Finding Ren, getting more info, or
I have
For lack of a-
requested a technical question.
Real quick before we go into that, I think it's Dan. You want to adjust your input sensitivity to the right again? Yeah, because I'm hearing your mouse. I appreciate.
My mouse?
Yeah, I believe so.
I haven't been using my mouse.
Yeah, that's
Was that not-
either,
okay.
That's either Yada or Necro. One
Okay,
of you
no
two
worries.
has the sensitive mic when it comes to button presses.
It also might have been while somebody was talking. So, yeah, I'm not hearing that.
yeah, I am clicking mouse.
I mean, I can still adjust it to the right, you said?
Yeah, ever so
Okay.
slightly to the right.
Oh no, it is you when you're talking.
Either way, okay, we can continue. Do we want to do that? We want to start another downtime and leave room for unique endeavors and whatnot.
Dragon had a question before you do.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Thank you.
So, I wanted to ask this because I think if we do another downtime, not if I just do another downtime. What am I talking about? Does any goddess or any person that Natar would commune with only have the answers for one question? Like, can I only ask one question, or can I ask multiple and expect kind of semi-multiple answers?
Completely depends on the mood of the entity you are trying to contact.
Fair enough. Okay.
Divine beings are
Yeah, look
fickle
what
like that.
Look
I
what
know,
it took. Look what it took for me to get my questions answered. I got my
There's
half
also-
my soul ripped
Yeah,
out.
he got Tomb Raided.
So vague, too. Oh, if they feel
So
like it.
vague.
How do I know?
Well, how do you
I
know?
just-
What do I
My
do to
question-
make them in the mood? Like, how is it my presence that's upsetting them? Like, what is going on?
Put on some nice music, light a
What
few
is the
candles.
input for this
Smoke
output?
some weed.
Yeah, buy the
Largely
vendor
unexplored
first, maybe.
territory.
But my question is,
Play
was like
some
from a
sexy
technical
jazz.
standpoint, is there a way like I could figure out, or Nataro could figure out what kind of mood they were in? Or how many questions would get
but
answered?
yes, here's the obvious answer. By asking them a question and seeing what happens.
Let me answer!
There's no real way any mortal being could know the disposition of a divine being.
Fair enough.
Uh,
I just
Including the
want to
mortal
know,
being
like-
that's running all the immortal beings.
I was just wondering, like, I guess
I have
my way of
I have
saying it
nothing
was
down
weird,
for that.
like-
No,
It's a
Okay,
mixed
so no dice ro-
bag
it's
of
just a dice roll?
emotion.
or
I
something.
can't hear Natara. What?
It's just a dice roll or something. Kind of?
Typically,
Like that depends. Okay.
typically. Sometimes, sometimes it may not be. Like in the case of Laneyru recently, you didn't really get discourse
An
out of
answer,
it,
I got a gift.
but you did get something, right? So it
Yeah.
can be with divine beings, it can be a bit of a toss up.
I
Come on,
think.
ask a question. See which god you get this time.
No, but my question to
Why
all
don't
of you
instead of
now is-
asking me a bunch of questions, tell me what you want to do, and I'll tell you if it's possible.
Okay, I either want to commune with one of the goddesses, one of the golden three. I know
Mm-hmm.
one of them is probably gone. Or I want to go on a unique endeavor to look for Ren. Possibly with
Okay.
somebody else.
I will say that your chances of actually establishing contact with one of the Golden Three is very slim.
Okay.
If
At this
if
point
the
or ever.
guardian, not deities, the guardian, what do you call those?
Spirits. Spirits.
Thank you, spirits, English. If the guardian spirits can't even reach them,
Well, Natara made contact like a couple times though.
You made contact with Laneyru, not
Who is the guardian
not
spirit
actual
herself.
Goddess.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Right.
Then I'm mixing them up. So like,
Mhm.
I meant one of the spirits, not
We
the
have-
golden three. The
yeah.
guardian spirits. I'm sorry. She wants to make contact with one of the guardian spirits at least to get some answers or some guidance.
Interesting. Okay. So you have 4 options there.
Hmm.
I believe it is Ordona, Farron, Laneyru, and I believe Eldon is a spirit, right?
Eldon
Oh,
is
so you
spirit,
pulled
yes.
it from
Twilight Princess, yeah.
pulled it. Princess, yeah.
He's
Mhm.
only pulling Ordona because I reminded him Ordona
Ordona
exists.
existed, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Mhm.
Weird
I
topic
think-
question.
Okay.
What's your
These
question?
characters, were they birthed purely from the Oracle series? Or did they
No.
exist beforehand?
I'm not really using much from the handhelds.
Oh, no, I mean like in the series itself, if anybody knows.
No
No,
idea.
'cause they were-
Because they
They
started
were-
with Din,
they're-
Nehru, and Farore in those games.
Those are the Golden Three, yeah.
Those are the golden,
golden
three.
goddess.
Those are the overarching goddesses. These are just
Gotcha.
guardian spirits of the land.
In
Cool.
in what
The-
I'm
the
using for
spirits
this.
in Twilight Princess are Twilight Princess specific because they were created for the sole purpose of sealing away the interlopers.
Mhm. So in this, I have sort of a hierarchy. I have, as far as I remember, pull up my notes. I'll pull up my notes. Okay, I'll pull up.
I pull up.
Damn
Oh my
it.
god.
So
Um,
from what I remember, I have the 3 golden goddesses that created the land and everything. Beneath them, I have the 2 entities of balance, right? On the dark side, there was Demise. On the light side, there is Hylia, the guardian goddess. Below them, I have the immortal dragons, and below them, I have the guardian spirits. And then there's you!
Wait, did I ever contact an immortal dragon? I must have.
No. You
Okay,
contacted
I'm
Laneyru, a
still-
guardian spirit.
You've been
Okay.
going
where
up the
do
chain of command.
fairies-
Yeah.
where do the
I
great
guess
fairies
I'm going
fall
up the
in?
chain of command, but you know.
Great fairies are kind of... That's a great question.
They would be beneath the dragon or beneath the spirits.
Probably.
But above us,
Yeah.
obviously.
No, let's put it in D&D terms. They're fae. Fae aren't
Yeah,
necessarily
That's what I
deities,
was
but they are
leaning
their own
toward.
thing.
They also don't obey a hierarchy, so
Excuse me.
they just kind of do what they want.
So,
Okay.
Nataru, based on that information, does that change? Does that help inform what you're trying to do?
She's, I think, going to try and commune with one of the guardian spirits.
Okay. Which one are you choosing?
She's gonna go for any of the 3.
Or
There are
because-
4, and I need you to name one.
Oh, 4. Okay, then Laneyru, because
Laneyru,
Laneyru
okay.
is her spirit then.
Yeah, the ice fish.
If you look
expires
on the Squire
dragon.
Marlowe stat block, there is a page number. You can click that page number; it'll automatically take you there.
Thank you.
I mean, Laniru was water.
Responding
ice,
to Dan.
so.
Okay.
And that changed obviously at some point, so we're gonna keep going with it because that's what she
Oh my
knows.
god, you can click the page numbers.
Yeah, most
Yeah.
of them are hyperlinked. There's a couple that aren't.
Oh, so I can't wait to see the vaguely goat images Vic used to make Ordona when that one shows up.
So, I need you to go ahead and roll me Aura, please, Notaro.
Okay. Where's the freaking dicey do?
Ordona's a wolf, though. I mean, not a
Ordona's
wolf.
based on a goat,
Or-
actually.
Ram. I thought
My
it was a
aura
ram.
is 13.
Aura
Based on
is
the
third.
Ordona
Okay.
goat.
So,
So I got a 15. Of
the
course, right.
world sort of fades from view, and the colors sort of coalesce in your mind. It's hard to make out the voice at this point. You get a vague impression, but you don't get words specifically. Is there something you're trying to ask?
A lot. I'm trying to sort through that real quick, and I think she wants to ask about her brother. She wants to ask about Ren. Like, so specifically, is Ren a double agent,
Okay.
or is she spying for somebody? How do we get to my brother? And I think that's it.
So, which question are you asking
lot more.
first?
Ren, the one about Ren right now.
Okay. You get the impression that guardian spirits are not all-knowing.
Mm.
The color purple is very prevalent in your vision.
Purple. So Ordona or Majora?
The connection is still there.
She's gonna ask how to get to her brother and how best to approach the situation with him. Like how she can avoid a fight at this point, because she's starting to kind of revert back to her, like, for lack of a better word, orange koi self, her caring, bubbly version. She's starting to find out that there is another way instead of just fight.
The impression that you get is near me. And the purple color intensifies and the connection snaps. So that we're going to count that as the research your next adventure downtime activity.
Purple, though.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean Death Mount?
That
Because-
I'm kind of getting flashes of Shadow Temple.
But with the
Real quick, I'm
Yeah.
gonna do unique endeavor for mine, and I'm bringing Tora with me, but I gotta
Okay.
run to the bathroom, so we can do that last.
Okay.
I have to feed the dog in 2 seconds. I will muddle over my thoughts while I do that.
Yeah, so Zayla, Asplin, Twig, and Adam, I believe, yes?
I am busy at Malos Mart being emitter-eyed. So that's
Okay.
it.
You're getting that installed.
Ride.
Didn't you get that installed last downtime action?
You said it should take about 2 downtime actions, and I'm following those rules.
Okay. If you want to do that.
I am blind.
Money. Let me see. How much money do I have?
From what I remember, a lot. Because you
yeah.
kept your entire inventory, you just you have less personal inventory now, so some of
Yeah,
that's
I
gonna have to
got
go in storage.
I got a lot of it. So what do you mean some of it's gonna have to go in storage?
You don't have a factotum pack anymore.
You said I kept
he's
my items.
Your items, yes, that's a calling ability.
That's some bullshit because that's an item.
It's a calling ability. There are.
Which is an item.
That's some bullshit.
Would you argue that I would let you keep a Sage Grimoire or a Heart's Blade or a Wrath's Blade if you swapped callings? Because Nataru didn't. She swapped from one to the other. Because those are technically items, but also abilities. That's sort of the consistency I'm going with here.
The way I'm kind of envisioning it, it's not necessarily an item. It's turning your pack into a pack of holding.
Right, because you still there are backpacks in storage. I think they just have 2 less slots than a factotum pack, right?
I think so. It's 2 or 4.
Yeah, 'cause
2
the
sounds right though.
The difference with the factotum pack is anything that's in that prime real estate can be used, just drawn and used in the same action. I believe. Yeah, so factotum pack has 8. And where did you... That's not what I needed.
I should be able to see it on mine. Give me a sec, because I think I have a backpack.
Wearable
Backpack
accessories.
plus 5.
5 slots. Okay, so it's got 3 less. Excuse me.
I'm quite certain you could probably buy one for cheap from Malos.
I disagree, but I'll live.
Well, it's not like you won't have the opportunity to get that back. So.
That's fine. That's fine.
I think Zale's going to
Excuse me.
socialize with Lana.
With Lana. Okay.
Mhm.
What is the topic of your conversation?
She wants to know if Lana is a mage. Because if I remember correctly, isn't she kind of a mage character?
She is.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, so you get a positive response. Oh, yes. And she pulls out her little grimoire, like we were just talking about.
Okay, well, she is going to do a social bond with her, and that'll be the topic. Is just seeing
Okay.
if she can learn anything extra, any tips and tricks that like an actual professional mage could offer her, since at this point it's either been raw power or dabbling.
Right. Interesting. Okay.
She's still baby sage.
The babe.
Actually, wait, we're at level 8, aren't we?
Yeah.
Because we're almost at max level then, aren't we?
You're getting there. So you are, for the 2-star reward, you're going to get a vial of bright water.
Okay.
And during your conversation, she gives you a couple of tips. The next time you roll an insight check for one of your abilities, you'll have a minor bonus.
Okay,
It's
cool.
a single-use thing.
On my insight?
Yes. So you get a next time you roll an insight check for an ability, it's a bonus of 2.
Gotcha. Now I just have to remember that. I'm going to put it in social bond stuff.
In a social bond. Bond is social.
Bond, social bond. All right.
Yeah,
That is Zayla.
So
You also
easy
get
to
it.
do
You
that to
also
you.
You also get an extra heart from socializing, temporary. That
Cool.
goes away when you come back to the next downtime.
And you said that was a minor bonus?
Minor bonus, yes.
Okay.
For one roll, and it's your first roll.
It's a +2. Okay.
Mhm.
What is Vern doing all the way out here?
That indicates that he's at Malomart.
Hey, Vernon.
He's outside of the
Vernon.
Forge House.
Goodbye.
Twig. What does Twig want to do?
Twig is still paralyzed with fear.
Off
wait.
my effigy.
Oh, right, yeah.
Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, now you remember.
Well, She just witnessed the burning of what's more than likely the corpse of an unseelie. I can totally get that.
Be fine.
Okay, question. How did Link react to Ren's reaction, and did I see it?
You saw Ren's reaction. Link didn't notice it.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
That's right. What was she having a reaction to? I can't remember. It
Link
was
did
Dependent of
Him
courage.
giving
Pendant
me
of
the
courage.
necklace.
So if I have this correct, Zeke has the pendant of power, Nataru has the pendant of
Alright.
wisdom, Twig has the pendant
Yep.
of courage.
Of all people.
Yeah,
I mean,
She
let's
is
face
the
it.
courageous one.
Stupid.
Yeah, she is the one just buzzing in there, spraying crap.
It
Yeah.
does take
Apparently-
a lot of courage to
Go
be a canary.
Jigglypuff their asses.
It takes a lot of courage to be paralyzed by fear as well.
Look,
I'm not paralyzed. Anyways,
okay.
With him.
I might go find Ma, and I'm just gonna
be up there.
Man,
Oh, that's what you said.
there's a weird
Sit there.
cat out here.
what? Ma!
Blake,
Looks like
motherfucker!
Grandma!
Motherfucking guy.
It looks like grandma, the damn thing.
All right, damn it. All right,
Oh
focus.
my god, you guys.
Focus. Shitters.
I'm gonna sit on the side of the fountain and just kind of let my legs dangle. My eyes are just wide and staring. I don't know if Ma's gonna
Nataru?
pick up on me afraid.
You notice
Oh, I
something.
do.
You notice something new. Well, she can feel it through the bond.
Yeah.
You notice something new hanging around Twig's neck.
Nataru's gonna blink twice and tilt her head. Be like, oh,
Also,
questing.
Twig, you have the option to wear that around your neck as an accessory, or to put it in your inventory and take up one slot, but have it hidden from view.
The question is it even safe with me?
I mean, if it poofs, it poofs
I am
with
small. I am small and victim weight.
you.
Victim weight.
The fuck?
Ah, damn it.
Taking notes.
Yeah, that's me, right there.
Wait.
I just have
You know what I
drop
know
on
I'm
you when you
gonna do?
poof.
You know what I'm gonna
You
do?
know what?
Okay.
I feel like I should put it in. I put it in bag.
Okay. That way people
I
don't see
have
you
the
walking around with it on.
pendant of Courage.
Yes, courage.
Well, not after that reaction. Hell no.
Asplin, what is it you would like to do?
Would you allow me to unique endeavor to the store and socialize Andorra?
Yes. Absolutely.
What I'm saying is I want. What I'm saying is I want to shop and socialize Andorra.
Yeah, because they were able to do that with Malin earlier. No reason you shouldn't be able to do it with her.
Okay, then I'm gonna go. I'm gonna.
So what you're saying is we have two people at Malomart.
Yeah.
Okay.
La 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 la.
Okay, you want to know what's dumb? That song didn't come to mind immediately, but the music from fucking Secret of Mana from the Shopkeepers did.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that always gets stuck in your head.
It's gonna be episode 30 before we get all three of those stones, I swear.
Now I'm humming it. Fuck.
I'm bouncing.
You
to
can
it.
use your unique endeavor for anything you want, bud. All right. So Asplin is now here, as is Adam.
You do your
Aspen, what
stuff
do you
first.
Aspen, what do you say? What do you say as you enter? Or like, do you do anything? Do you make your position known?
Oh no.
I love that
Is
you
it
asked.
just me, or is this guy like looks like he's flat from like out of Paper Mario?
It might be the quality of the
Kinda
model.
does look like a
Yeah,
cutout, yeah.
you can definitely see the polygons on the knees. All right. So all three of them are present.
Yeah, no, when Ashwood comes in, he's gonna be like, don't be alarmed. I know it looks scary, but I'm not a monster.
I'm gonna sit
That's
up
right,
from the
you're in
table
shadow
as I'm
form.
being. I'm gonna sit up as I'm being worked
sit on
on
a
with my
recording.
eye that's out of its socket, and just point in a direction that you're clearly not in, and just go, "Hello."
I'm gonna have Melon over here. She's gonna pull you back. Now hold on a second there, doll. We're not done.
Just go, yeah, like,
Focus,
no.
focus. Here's the keys. Here's the keys. Focus.
Jingle jingle.
All right. So
Why'd you turn Malin into Gemma?
Gemma doesn't have a southern accent, does she?
She kind of does.
I don't play in
She kinda
English,
does.
so I don't know.
Not really.
So
Just a bit.
Asplin, since Adam is getting worked on, what you doing?
Well, first I'm gonna shop.
All right, pulling up my PDF. What you want?
Does anybody
Uh,
socialize with Mallow?
So the way to increase his relationship is to bring him workers. He's got
Oh,
an
yeah, that's
unconventional.
right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna buy an amulet of vitality
Amulet of Vitality.
because that extra health will be useful.
+1 max hearts, and that is a neck.
You are the
So
squishiest
here's the
accessory.
of
thing.
us.
I'm looking at the list here, and it says Goron's bracelet. I assume there can be multiple of those because it's
I
not sold out. And if there can be multiple,
I gave the one I had to somebody.
Zarin had it.
I think you give. Zarin has it.
Yeah,
Right.
motherfuck.
These are supposed to be unique, but for the Goron's bracelet, that's like the lowest level one. So things, especially like the steel bracers and Hylian helm, those are reproducible.
Instead of one, there's two.
Yeah, I would let them sell another one.
Okay, then I'm gonna buy that as well.
Okay, so Goron's bracelet and Amulet of Vitality, 500 total.
Yep. Doing my math here. You know what? I'm gonna buy the miniature fairy fountain. Make it a solid 700.
Aspen, let me know when you're done. When you're
Give
done
me
buying
just a moment.
things.
All right, Amulet of Vitality
Oh yeah, Adam owes Asplin a favor for that money.
Just a second.
and a miniature fairy fountain.
Change my coins and gems to 7 and 1. I know I don't have to, but I'm going to. Fuck you.
Extravagant gifts. Okay. So, all right. So you have purchased all 3 of those. We'll put them in your inventory, and Andor's going to look down at you and says, "You look different."
I want to talk about it. It's not. You don't want to know what happened.
But you're still you, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I think.
Well, why don't you try this? And she slides you a free moon pearl.
Picking it up, does it do anything?
Roll me grit.
Oh boy.
Burns off.
Let's roll that grit. Let me see. What's my grit again? Grit 13. Okay, let's see. That's a 5.
5.
Barely.
Already. You shitter.
No, that is barely. Do you see how cocked that is, Vicky? It's on
Yeah,
the
it was
cusp
leaned
of
up
18.
I'm on a different screen.
Yeah, my
Okay.
die is on the cusp of 18.
So, you have the ability to put on a moon pearl and regain your previous form for the duration of 1 fight or 10 minutes. After that, the moon pearl shatters.
Okay, I'm putting that moon pearl away for a little bit. Just imagine the fucking factotum pack just drops next to the
Like a
The
swamp.
moon pearl falls- yeah, and then the moon pearl falls off and suddenly it gone poof.
Ooh, here's a question.
Hmm.
Can it be equipped mid-fight as a panic button in case Asplin is about to die?
I would probably say that you would retain your injuries and your hearts totals. It's a good question, though.
I mean, like, if he dies, as long as he puts the moon pearl on before that, does he do the swap thing?
Yeah. So if you wanted to use that as a safeguard for Majora claiming him completely if he dies in terrible fate form, then yes, that would work.
Ooh.
Oh, actually, no. Can I add an addition to my purchases then?
Okay.
Hang on. Let me minus the price. If somebody upstairs doesn't stop pounding, I'm gonna go murder someone.
That
Tell 'em to
is
fix their bed.
Galad, and that is Gawain.
I'm gonna buy.
It took me a second.
Just as a fuck you to Majora, I'm gonna buy a clockwork heart.
Okay. Good shit.
Yeah, that'll leave me at 800.
Okay.
A Hylian pacemaker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, really.
So, the clockwork heart, if you take an injury that causes death, upon your death, the clockwork heart shatters, and whatever injury you took that killed you turns into the wounded injury instead.
Yep.
I need to actually make cards for these.
Yep, I'm going to enjoy that because I still have the Triforce. I still constantly take criticals.
Unless you choose to give it to somebody else.
I'm not dying.
Yes,
That's
both
keeping me
entities have to be
alive.
dead for you to transfer that.
That's fucking demonic life support is what this is.
All right, at this point, Adam, your operation is finished.
Oh my god, Asplin's a warlock.
Oh my god, it is.
Oh my god.
Osman, let me know when you're done purchasing stuff.
Oh, I'm done. I'm done.
So as soon as like I hear like the transaction of rupees and such, I sit up and I look at you and go like, "Thank you, come up." As I stare at you in your your new form.
Hi.
I stand up from the table and I turn to Malin, right? Okay, Malin.
Alan.
Malin.
One of those two.
Is it Malin? I know there's
Malin.
Malo, and I think
Because
she's
it's-
I mean,
Malin.
I
So-
mean, if
It's
decision
Malin
doesn't
because
come to,
it's-
I'm just gonna call her Melons.
It's meant to rhyme with her
Two
father's
plus.
name, which is Talon.
Okay, that makes sense. I never knew
Just
quite how to
like-
pronounce her name.
Let's be honest.
Stop. All right,
Big ol'
Adam.
Thank you for your assistance. I walk over to Asplin, grab him by the arm, and I just head out of the exit.
Help.
I'm being abducted.
Question actually, because I didn't socialize. Do I still get the socialize heart?
Yes,
Okay, then.
the Moon
then-
Pearl was
wow.
the 3-star reward for Andorra. It just happened to line
Wow,
up that way.
Look at that. Aspen's the highest he's ever been hearts-wise.
Alrighty. Are you guys making your way back to the Forge House?
Yes.
All right.
At least I am.
I believe.
Yes.
Okay, so I believe Zeke wanted to do a unique endeavor with Tora. Yes.
Yes.
All right, and where are you headed?
To the shady guy.
All right.
The shitty guy.
Oh boy. All right. Go ahead and put this here. I have to find her. There she is.
You know, how come nobody's tried socializing Tail?
Oh.
I don't have him listed because he was something that came with Zarin.
Well, yeah, you should.
I'm
Kyle, you
sorry.
should-
I have like 39
should.
NPCs.
Welcome to DMing.
Yep. All right, Zeke.
He's just gonna look at Tora. You're going to want to hear this.
All right, I'll trust you on this, I guess. All right, let me get my notes back.
Need to account for all NPCs, Vic.
There we go. Let me make sure I actually have that. Here we go. I had that in the wrong section. Okay. All right. I zoom it in so I can fucking read. Alrighty. We're gonna go with this. I imagine you're walking into the building.
Yes.
Okay. You step in and he's sitting on the same chair, one knee crossed over the other, sort of just gazing in your general direction as if he's been expecting you. Tora gives him a little bit of a squint and a nod. I see you've returned.
I've done what you asked.
Yes, with the effigy gone, it looks like you've held up your end of the bargain. Back to your question, you wanted to know how to win against Hoyle, yes?
Essentially, yes. How to triumph or overcome him.
You misunderstand the nature of power, Zeke. Hoyle is not invincible, he is merely inevitable. Until he isn't. The Triforce of Power, the Golden Gauntlets, Big Oron's sword, all these things make him formidable, but they do not make him eternal, and he knows this. That is why he moves with such efficiency, such ruthlessness. He's racing toward an end. Even he cannot escape. To defeat him, you must not fight as you are. If you challenge him as warriors, you will die as warriors. Instead, you must dismantle the very things that make him inevitable. The Triforce of Power may sustain him, but it does not make him immune to its own rules. He who holds power invites conflict. He who holds power is challenged. Even now, it draws enemies toward him like moths to flame. You need only stoke that fire. Make him fight everyone, not just you. Give the moths a reason to burn. The Golden Gauntlets may make him strong, but strength alone does not break armies. The blade's only as dangerous as the hand that wields it. Strip him of his allies, turn his own forces against him, and you will see just how heavy his power truly is. Your path is clear. If you do not fight Hoyle, you make him fight a war he cannot win.
Well, wasn't expecting that.
Hora's got a sort of a curious look on her face, but she's kind of keeping her mouth shut.
You say turn his allies against him. He has no allies. Not that he views, anyway.
I do believe the good captain has misled you. That's another question entirely. Fortunately for you, I find myself in a particularly charitable mood, so I'll give you this one for free. Consider it a gesture of goodwill, or perhaps just a moment of pity. His tone shifts ever so slightly from amusement to something closer to exasperation. Tell me, Zeke, do you truly think it was coincidence that the moment you stepped into the village of outcasts, you just happened to stumble upon the corpse of a Twily, slain by Hoyle? That not far from it, you just happened to find a mindless monster, one that, when given a moon pearl, just happened to be a member of the Hylian Royal Guard? And that this particular guard just happened to have served under our dear captain? Use your brain, both of you.
Oh,
I know you have them. You didn't find Ren because you were diligent and observant. You found her because she was planted there. Because you were meant to find her. Because someone, Hoyle perhaps, wanted her to be at your side, watching, listening, reporting. So if you truly wish to strip Hoyle of his allies, I'd suggest starting with the one who's been whispering in his ear about your every move.
Oh, that's certainly a revelation.
He stands, says, I do believe the terms of our accord have been met, my dear Dozendorf. 2 questions, then I move, and move I shall. He rises from his seat, dusting himself off with casual precision, as though shedding the remnants of an unpleasant obligation. You have my gratitude for freeing me from this rock slide, but that debt has been repaid. When I'm ready to trade again, you'll find me.
Hold on.
Okay.
The original accord was 2 questions for 2 favors. That was a question without favor and not part of the agreement.
Roll me aura.
Oh shit! Goddamn Zeke.
You caught him.
Oh, I rolled a 3.
Okay.
Caught him in his own shit.
He kind of gives you this look. Very well. I will hear your question, and I'll give you your task later. He reaches into his coat and pulls out a flute.
I was gonna fucking flute away, you bitch.
Don't tell me you just went through that whole rigmarole and didn't have a question ready.
Are you asking me as Vic or as the guy?
I'm talking as the GM.
Well, I didn't because the original plan was to consult the party about the second question.
Mm.
So, I guess Zeke will say, would you mind if I consulted with someone before asking the question?
Why would you phrase it that way? That's a question.
He's not a genie, thankfully. How about this? And he fishes in his pocket and brings out a little medallion. And he flips it at you.
Beep.
Snap that in half, and I'll find you. And with that, he takes the flute, plays it. The melody carries through the wind with an eerie, almost otherworldly resonance. After that, he holds his arms out to the side patiently. For a long moment, nothing happens. And then a shadow blots out the light. A colossal owl swoops down, grabbing the merchant by the upper arms and launching back into the sky.
Through the roof of the house?
No, he stepped outside.
He did say
I did say that.
It would have been funnier through the roof of the house, but that's just me.
Bro, just
Tora's gonna look at you.
Whistled using an owl.
Tora's gonna look at you. You understand any of that?
The important parts. In other words, you cannot fight Hoyle. I cannot fight Hoyle. The 2 of us together cannot fight Hoyle.
She's got a thoughtful
without a
look on her
plan.
face. This guy's an information broker, isn't he?
Seems that way to me.
That's gotta mean we're not his only clients.
Makes sense to me.
I wonder if we could ask him about his other clients and what they've asked. She walks out.
Oh, the conversations of 2 socially awkward people who know about nothing but fighting.
A history.
I'll add
It's
broker's
okay, Perrin. You'll
medallion.
get there.
Mhm. All right. Back to the forge house then.
Do we have a token for the information broker? No.
We don't. I don't have a design
Okay.
for him yet.
Find a
Definitely
dark
won't be
beetle.
based
The
on,
beetle.
Definitely won't be based on Raymond Reddington from the Blacklist.
Shh, shh, shh. I already have a token for him.
All
You
right.
just bring up
Girl,
an
as
actual
you leave.
token of just IRL fucking.
Right, it's James
What's
Spader.
his name?
Just James Spader.
Thank you.
All right.
Nags. Thank you for justifying me there.
That's
You're
great.
welcome.
Validating, that's the word I want.
Yes.
So-
You make your way back.
Does Twig know? Did Twig notice that Ren's gone?
I imagine so. I was
He
sitting
went
on
to see-
Link's knee, fucking paralyzed with fear. I watched her face darken. I actually don't remember how she left.
That's the thing. Her face darkened, and then suddenly she gone.
Yeah, right after.
You got the
Twig
pendant.
gets the pendant. Yeah, I'm gonna
now-
call it.
and
I'm
now
gonna call
Zeke
everybody here
knows.
and tell everybody what I just learned.
Okay, so gathering in
Yeah.
front of the doorway.
Yeah.
Where is my mouse? My mouse died.
As
In the trap.
as like Aspen and Adam return, Aspen's like going through it, and I'm just Adam is just like looking at Aspen's face, like locked on as like we walk through the door.
Oh, so he has like a tracking thing on his eye.
Tracking
Aspen is
beacon.
oblivious.
I have become the Facebook.
I will say that Aspen is oblivious.
It's just a very intent look, as in studying you.
I have another question. Is Zeke calling like everybody, including
He said
NPCs?
everybody. He said everybody.
Well,
I'm not
I
gonna
said
move that many
everybody
people.
in the party, but yeah.
Because I feel like Zelda should hear this.
Then go get Zelda.
Zeke is not exactly a soft talker, so.
He is big
Anyways,
and boomy.
give Zeke the floor, please.
Well, I was just gonna say.
You're
that
sharing
he
the
tells
information.
Everybody that, yeah.
Okay.
Give Zeke the floor. Okay, Aspen pulls out a floor tile and hands it to Zeke.
I fucking. It
No,
rises into the air,
no.
spins, and hits you in the head. You lose your temp heart.
See, you're invoking the glitches.
You're invoking death.
So
Anyways,
Zeke has just
please.
shared this information.
Including the information about the info broker to begin with, and the fact that we have one question we can ask him about potentially anything.
Aspen is gonna shoot the Tara look. If you waste it on your brother, I will shoot you in the knee.
I wasn't going to.
We know where he is. We don't need to know any more than that.
Well,
I
we
was
don't
gonna
know
ask
where
where
he
Ren
is.
was.
He magic mirrored his way on the rock and said, "Oh, this is Spectral Rock, or well, it would be in the Light World." So we
Oh,
have a
you're
pretty
talking
good
about
idea.
Cassios.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the info broker.
No, Cassios.
info
We know
brother?
where Cassios. Info brother.
Info brother.
Info bro.
The info.
Yeah, we know where he is. We don't need. We don't need that.
Because Tara's got this like thoughtful look on her face, and she's kind of like the pieces
Maybe
are
we
starting to
should
click.
find
for her.
out who all is working for Hoyle, and if any of them have been his customers and what they have asked.
Kind of
Yeah.
what I'm thinking.
Oh,
Because
That's a big
that's 3
ask.
questions.
That is a big ask. You're right.
But
And
It's all the
I-
same topic.
I does Twig say that, or is that just Manda?
That is just me mising. If somebody else smarter than Twig would like to bring that up, feel free.
So Adam's
Twig
going
is
to look
currently
at
paralyzed
Zeke.
with fear, but also fighting herself not to step out and ask, "Is a cashew a fruit?"
After
No,
Zeke
they're
relays
slush.
the info, Adam's going to like blink a few times just and like rub his like
Processing.
newly installed eye, and then say, "I believe a follow-up to your to the last information that you received would be viable. Who are Hoyle's allies?"
Yeah.
Well, he just answered that question. At least partially.
But all of them.
Who are Hoyle's allies? That would give us a list, and possibly the mole that we have, or like whoever's feeding information to him.
Well, we know it's Ren, and
Everybody.
I think
we know
Zeke just
Ren
explained
is
that.
Ren is
Yeah.
feeding him information on us. We don't know about the rest of the world.
Yeah, true.
It would be nice to learn about the rest of them then.
All right,
Yeah.
if we're
Cora's
gonna-
question was
if-
valid then.
If we're supposed to turn his enemies against him, we can't do that until we know who who turn his allies against him. We'll need to know who the allies are if we're gonna do that.
Yeah.
So we
No,
find Rin,
Question is it
beat
going
the
to be a case?
information out of her.
Is it going to be a case of where each client is going to be a favor?
We only
Well,
have
she's-
one left until we find him again.
Well, that was one question. Who are
You
Hoyle's
have
allies?
one left.
Is it per person?
It's probably
I
at his
intend-
whim.
I intend to exploit this motherfucker for all the information he can share.
You know,
So
that's a
we
good
can ask
question.
about Majora. We can ask about how to get to Termina or the Twilight Realm. We can ask about Hylia. We can ask about Demise. But everybody wants to ask about Hoyle's allies. Sure, let's do it.
I
That
think.
feels like the most immediate threat.
Yeah, it does. That's the thing, because
Well, hang on. Why are you guys considering Hoyle a threat still?
I think
He's got an
Ren
active
is a
spy in
threat.
our ranks.
Ren is a threat, but not necessarily Hoyle at the moment.
Hoyle fucking opened his chest, took out his heart, and showed it to us on the mountain.
Yeah, is that why
So-
he had a hidden spy among us?
In case we become a threat, yeah, that's called using all assets at your disposal.
Okay, better question. Who else does Ren serve?
Yeah.
Because
That's the more important question.
if Hoyle does not regard us as a threat, why did she react that way?
Fuck you,
Because
is a
she
good
knows
And
we
who
have
did she
all-
disappear off to report to?
Because she knows we have all three pendants now.
Who doesn't want us to have the pendants?
That's fair, but still, like,
Majora,
is there a
right?
bigger threat?
Well,
I
no,
would
hang on.
say-
Hang on.
It seems pretty conclusive that the information
If-
broker directly said, basically, that Ren is reporting to Hoyle.
Yeah, but
And only Hoyle?
Given all the information from the past, from past sessions, Hoyle only knows it through Ren. We have the pendant of courage. You guys have had to make checks to see if Hoyle notices the other two.
you're right.
I mean, that is fair.
Hoyle only
So-
knows for sure we have courage.
What do we need the pendants for? What does that unlock? I
Master
can't remember.
Sword.
The
The
Master Sword.
Okay. Oh, he wants the sword. He can't get it.
Yeah, that's how you get the Triforce of Courage. You need the Master Sword for that Triforce.
This is a multi-step puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
He
So-
has power. Cassios is a non-issue because Hoyle is just gonna kill him when he gets a chance.
We also
And
can't
he's-
hand him more than he already has, because that's exactly what's gonna happen with his stupid goddamn fucking bubbles.
Yeah, Cassios
Bitch ass
is
bubble
also
boy.
Cassios is also a pussy and is gonna keep running every chance he gets. So he's a non-issue right now. The main issue is the Triforce of Courage. If Hoyle finds out we have the other two pendants, the all three pendants, he just knows we have the one.
I have a question for Vic.
Mm-hmm.
Can Nataru check her right hand, see like how filled in that outline is?
It's just an outline. Same as it always
Still
has
an
been.
outline?
Yep.
Like she actively checks it.
And I'm actively telling you what you see.
I know. I'm just saying. I'm saying for the party, she's actively checking
Okay.
it.
Every once in a while, look at hand. Hand not different.
Yeah, she's
I know this
basically
place like
doing
the back
that.
of my
Plus, like-
hey, that's new.
And-
Oh, here's an idea.
Mm.
Yeah.
How about we drag Zelda in here and ask her, considering someone of royal upbringing would likely have training and strategy and shit like that.
That is a good point.
Why
Oh,
don't we
yeah.
consult with everyone here and see
Yeah.
who has the knowledge, who has the
Well-
insight, who has ideas on what we need to know?
let's see. Who are the three most valid?
Zelda.
Zelda Midna Link.
Midna.
Zelda Midna Link.
I would say
Napura?
Zelda Midna Pura.
Why limited to 3?
Okay.
That's fair.
Well,
There's no hard and fast rule.
Well,
I
Gidget's
mean-
not gonna know anything. No offense.
Is Darklink
Yeah.
gonna know anything? What about Lana?
Maybe.
Darklink doesn't even know
Darklink
where
and
he
Lana
came
should
from.
be part of this as well. At least I think.
You know what? Fuck you. I want Darklink's input on this anyway.
All right, so we're gathering everybody. That's what I'm hearing.
I socialized
Alright,
him.
here's
Yeah.
Arya.
All right.
socialized
Assemble the
him.
council.
We're getting his input.
Don't forget Perry.
Yep. All right. We have called a summit.
Avengers
Heck
assemble.
yeah.
Look, we're a little galaxy.
Man.
Oh,
This is like
are.
the Ultron. This is
All
like
right.
the Ultron fight.
We're all in orbit around Zeke. Turns out he is the center of our universe.
Thanks for
Okay,
playing.
so let's start off. Zeke, what would the first thing you would say or ask be? We'll down the line. Or if you want to pass it to somebody else, you can.
I would first ask Zelda for general input after having said the story that the info brokers mentioned about Hoyle and his allies and Rin being
When
the
you-
mole.
When you
And
say
magically disappearing.
Don't know if she magically disappeared. We just know she disappeared.
It's just a saying.
But asking Zelda this, knowing that she probably has knowledge about things we don't have knowledge about, like the different realms and stuff, like what would be her personal priority list in terms of things that she feels we would need to know?
And her take on everything.
That's a very long dissertation, and I'm not willing to do all that. Let's do. You said
Just the number one of her list.
her priority question, the
Yeah,
thing
she
that we
doesn't.
need
She,
to know.
Yeah.
she doesn't have to say everything. Just like what
What
she
is she
feels.
prioritizing?
So you're
Yeah.
referring to Zelda. Got it.
Yeah. So
Yes.
Princess
Yes.
Zelda, you want to know what she considers the most important thing for y'all to be doing right now, if I'm getting that correct.
Based
Or the
on
most
the
important
information
piece
that
of
I told
information
her,
we can-
Yeah.
that we have one question that we can ask ostensibly anything we want and get the answer to in return for a favor, as well as the information of Rin probably reporting to Hoyle about the Pendant of Courage and
Alright, fuck
being the
this.
mole.
I'm taking notes on everybody's question.
Like
Okay.
all of that stuff mixed in, what would she prioritize?
She thinks for a moment, and she says, "In my time at the castle, I learned to assume the worst and hope for the best." Did you share the information about the token for the merchant?
Yeah.
Okay. The fact of the matter is, the merchant will appear, or said he will appear, anytime you break the token, so there's no time limit on that. On the flip side, if we had a spy in our midst reporting, we have to assume the worst. In the past, when my family used such tactics, we would ask for a full report on the fulfillment of a certain condition. And if Ren is indeed working for someone else, her disappearance means that she may have fulfilled that condition and is no longer needed here. If I were to make an assumption, I would say that during her stay here, she would have seen each of the pendants. So if we were to assume the worst, we would assume that Guard Captain Hoyle knows you possess all three, and therefore now have access to the Master Sword, which gives you access to the Triforce of Courage, which makes you all targets. Because you are now standing in the way of his goals. As far as what to do, I am not certain.
Quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Did we relay the information Hoyle gave us to Zelda? Did we at all do that?
I don't know. It's a good question.
That might be important to do now if we haven't done it.
I was gonna say, yeah, we could do that now.
Okay.
Let's all relay that. Yeah.
So as you relay this
It's hard,
information,
yeah.
she sort of pales a little bit. And so our guard captain's motives are revealed. This is dire news. He must not believe that this world in its present state is salvageable. You realize that if he is successful, all of us and everything we know is unmade. If he truly intends to restart the timeline, it is from the very beginning. Meaning none of us will exist. And neither will he.
Shit. Is there a way to bring Demise back without resetting the timeline? With the wish?
If you
Like, is
were
there a
to
way to-
collect the Triforce before Hoyle, then perhaps, but he already holds one piece. You would have to take it from him somehow. I do not think he would let it go willingly.
He said, and if I'm somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but he said, I'm trying to find the words here, but he said something like, if there's a day that I can no longer carry the Triforce. Something to that effect. Like, it can be not,
It was like
can be handed over,
if
but
one
like-
of us proves a better candidate for his
Yeah.
goals, then he
We'll
would.
step out of the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So Nataru's gonna relay that to Zelda, like,
He always was the honorable sort. Although in this case, I believe it to be a case of good intentions, flawed execution.
is there a way we could try and convince him to, instead of reset the world, bring back Demise and bring back Hylia? She's just theorizing it. Like, Nataru's just theorizing at this point. Like, is there a way we can, quote unquote, restart the cycle without restarting the cycle?
Unfortunately, there is no history, there is no record of anyone having made a wish on the Triforce. We don't know what will happen. We don't know what it's capable of. We don't know what it's not capable of. We don't even know if Hoyle's plan will work. We don't know if Demise can be revived. We don't know if Hylia can be restored.
A quick continuity check.
Yeah.
When we first spoke to Hoyle, he had mentioned that every wish that had been made on the Triforce was flawed.
would-
Right.
So he knows something Zelda doesn't. Like,
Mhm.
Oh, he knows plenty
In
of
my-
things Zelda doesn't.
Yeah.
But my point is, has he been to the Royal Archives? Where are the Royal Archives? Because Zelda
Ooh,
did say
that is a
something
good
about that.
point.
Hang on. Let me answer your question here. Yes, because he works. He's worked under the royal family for how long?
Long time.
But I mean, like, recently, though.
What would change between then
what
and
would
now?
change? Yeah.
Well,
Has-
regardless of
Has
that,
he gone back to confirm his intentions? Like, is there something Zelda missed in the Royal Family Archive? Is there something? Like, I know I'm probably grasping at straws.
Oh, I just had some big thunder happening, so I may cut out at some
Oh,
point
boy.
if my power goes out.
Necro, what were you saying?
I was trying to say that if he's seen shit in the archive, then maybe we should see shit in the archive. Therefore, if we can
Yeah.
find the archive, we can help level the playing field.
Question: if he's been there since Zelda has, would he have any motive to, I don't know, maybe edit the information or the amount of information that's available there? Has he taken any of it? Does he have things that we don't have access to now?
Would the lens of truth reveal any edits? No.
Oh, I
It
mean,
would-
like,
it
would he
wouldn't
just rip
say,
pages
like-
out or take books or
Wait a minute.
burn scrolls and shit?
I don't
Make sure no one else can know these things.
That sounds like
Zelda
something he
did
would do.
just say- Zelda just said he was the honorable sort. Now, I don't know if that's still the case, but let's try and bank on that and go to the National
Depends.
Archives.
It depends on his definition of honorable.
Hey,
It
Vic.
does.
If he thinks he's doing it for a good purpose, I don't see why that would stop him.
What
Yeah.
we need to do is either turn his allies against him, or we need to convince him that he is not worthy of the cause.
I wouldn't say not worthy,
quick.
but I want to say like his plan is flawed.
Asplin?
Vic, when I opened to that portal book, was it the dark world on the other side, or was it bright and sunny?
It was difficult to tell.
It was just a tower on a mountain.
There was too much wibbly wobbly timey wimey.
You do still have the portal, the Book of Portals. Is there a
God.
particular place you're wanting to go?
Yeah,
Now
that's a
you're
damn good.
thinking with portals.
Wait a minute. Oh shit.
What are you thinking?
Thinking something stupid is what I'm thinking.
Isn't Asplin always?
Par for the
I was
course.
about to say what's
Oh.
new.
Bitchin', how we do?
Oh, no,
Do
who's up
tell
for
us.
who's up for a trip to Termina?
Oh,
Says the one
no.
who lost his goddamn body.
I'm gonna get my soul back.
There are two words that describe Asplin.
Or
Reckless,
science.
abandon.
You realize that that is the equivalent of using level skip to the final boss.
No, that'd be going
Also-
straight to Hoyle.
If you're thinking Snowhead, the book doesn't go there because we already.
Oh, not
Confirm that.
Snowhead. Not Snowhead. But
Lockdown.
Vic asked a very specific question. Where do you want to try to go?
Oh god. You want to go back to that nightmare hellscape?
I'm bringing everybody with me.
Oh, fuck
Wait,
that.
no.
I'll save
Well-
that for later.
Party decision here, I would say.
Yeah, no, that.
Wait, how did we get from what questions should we ask the info broken to let's all go the fuck to Termina?
You have an entire group that has ADHD. What do you expect?
Okay, fair.
Yeah, also, you halfway through, you guys were became so focused on the archives as opposed to question.
But the problem is, ADHD
Like, why
and
can't we do
autism, I
both?
have these things and I still can't follow the rabbit trail. It just
So-
hey, what if we all go to
It-
fucking Termina? Okay.
Let's get back.
We-
Let's
we
get
have-
back on track to the question asking.
Right.
We have two major things looking us right in the face right now. The first being find Ren and make her cough up the info. The second being, I'm pretty sure as soon as we leave this house, we're immediately going to be targeted.
Oh, for sure. I'm surprised we haven't been already.
So, walking around all willy-nilly trying to find a library or
Yeah.
going to Termina is probably not a good idea right now.
Oh yeah, no.
I
Can-
don't know about willy
That's it for.
nilly.
I want you to know that the Termina ideas for later. Termina ideas for
Can-
later.
Well, that's a fair
Can
point.
I ask?
What?
You can just ask Zelda where the repository is.
That's what I was
That's-
gonna
yeah.
say. Like, can we
Which
ask
would
her
be
to
where
take
it
us
is.
literally what
there
I
at
just
some
said.
point?
right, but which
My-
the repository would be in the light world somewhere, and the corresponding dark world tile would probably be a hike from here, because I'm guessing it would be somewhere in the pyramid, because that's where the
Hence
castle
why-
was.
Oh yeah, that's
Hence
a good
why I was-
point.
Nataru, good.
Hence why I was going to ask her to take us there later, not now.
It would
Well,
be
we could
a good
ask
thing to
her
check
when.
out some
We
point.
You
have
know
a
what?
straight cool.
Zelda,
We have a-
where's the royal? What is it?
Where's the
royal-
royal
Archive.
suppository?
Stop.
Do not.
Archive.
She tells you that it's inside Hyrule Castle.
Which we can't get to because we're in the Dark World.
Vince, if you throw Kadria into this,
Why?
My brain is.
Why would I do that? Oh, because Keeper of the Archives? Oh, yeah.
Keeper,
We would,
yeah.
we have to cleanse the pyramid tile in order to get to Hyrule Castle because that's where the castle is.
Big
Or, my question is this.
Mm-hmm.
Feed Twig Chipotle.
No.
Just the fire to everything.
Could the portal book technically take us to the light world? That's a theory question. It doesn't have to
Good
happen.
game theory.
Here's the thing.
Well, there's
I
only
don't
one way
think
to
we
find
f-
out.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't think we fully understand how to use it yet. So I'd
Yeah.
say.
And it is a
understanding
one-time
is it's a
use
one-
thing, so once you've used it,
it's a
you've used
one-time
it.
use, yeah, and I don't want to
Okay.
potentially
Yeah.
waste it on an attempt.
Is it
Then-
one time, one way?
Ooh,
No,
I
you would
got
have a
an
way
idea.
back.
So we would have a way back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here's the
But after
question.
we've gone back and forth, it's done.
Mm-hmm.
When we opened the book before, we could tell there was a tower in the distance, but we couldn't really tell much. I'm assuming it's like murkiness and magical hoodoo voodoo.
It was my dick.
So could we do that with different places to see if it's accurate to like, does it have pinpoint accuracy? Or is it like, here's the general 50 mile area?
Or like this is a place you could go.
Asplin?
TripAdvisor.
You're the one who
Yeah.
opened the portal book and saw what you saw through it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to have you roll an insight check for recall right now.
Insight on recall. God, my insight didn't change.
Yeah.
Nice.
That fucking flopped. I was so scared I was gonna hit 20.
So, you saw the tower that you saw later on encased in the purple crystal on top of Death Mountain. That is the tower I
Did it
was
look
showing
like-
you.
Did it? Okay, it didn't.
Okay.
Okay, so it is Dark World. Okay,
I had a feeling.
relative locale.
Mm.
And we didn't inspect the plinth in front of the tower, so we don't know what goes into it.
Yeah, we
Unless it's
forgot
that
to
So,
book.
use
so using the portal book to get to Hyrule Castle is out of the question.
Yes. Should we
Okay,
just go
back-
find Ren?
No, first things first. We have the task at hand. Finding out what everybody thinks we should ask is a question.
Well, my
Yeah, that was
question
kind of the whole purpose of
for
this
the party
conversation.
is I'm gonna slightly rabbit trail here following that line of thought. If you were to go find Ren, do you even know where to look?
Nope.
Well,
And are we sure that Hoyle's not going to be wherever she goes?
Yeah, that's another risk.
Or
Yep.
she isn't gonna
Again,
have backup.
Zelda would say assume the worst,
Mhm.
yeah.
right?
could
I'm
theoretically-
also of the mindset that as soon as we step out the door, we are targets.
Natara, good.
Could Midna can hide in shadows.
Yeah,
Right?
she's a Twily. We only have one of those on the party.
Can I finish? My question is, can she hop from shadow to shadow, see if she can find Ren and report back to us?
You want Midna to take a unique endeavor?
I think so. Like, if that's okay with the party.
Hell no.
If it's okay with Midna.
Right.
Hell
And
no.
okay with Midna.
Okay, why not?
Why, Asplin?
Why are we putting Midna in grave danger if Hoyle's there?
That is a good point.
Is she detectable in a shadow?
It's Hoyle.
Yeah.
That's
Our-
the whole thing.
It's an
I do
interesting
not
idea.
believe-
But there is a
Does
great
it look
risk to it.
supernatural? Like, can he
lens
just-
of truth or something?
He doesn't have the lens of truth. We have the lens of truth.
I said a lens of truth.
Oh, you're
What-
right. Sorry. Well, is there...
No, the thing is Hoyle's a fairly crafty guy. We only see that he has the golden gauntlets and the big Goron sword. We don't know what else he has on him.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's
That
not
is
gonna
a
play all
we know he
these
has
cards.
the hook shot.
That is a major unknown that I do not want to take a chance on.
Ooh, turns
Okay.
out he has Din's fire. Ow.
Why are you giving him ideas?
Because
do
he's
that.
probably already thought of it.
That's bad for us.
I'm just revealing his
don't
know
innermost
that.
thoughts already.
At this point, I feel like we're straying into second downtime territory.
hmm
So, if you'd like to continue this conversation, when you're finished discussing, you'll each have another downtime activity to do with what you will.
I've been trying to get us
So.
back on track to what questions we should ask the info broker.
Right. So back
Yeah.
to the info broker.
Yeah.
We just
What?
asked Zelda. We got her.
Right.
We got her input.
And do bear in mind that before the info broker asks any question, you're gonna have to complete a task first before you even get the answer. You're not gonna get it immediately.
Yeah.
Okay.
So just to
Here's the question.
allay that in
If-
case you're not expecting that.
If we do a task as a group, do we each get a question?
Well,
Nope,
because that
you-
last task ended up being you and me.
Yeah, you ask the question, he gives you the task that you're going to have to trade for the question, you do it, you get the answer.
I gotcha. So it's literally just task for one answer. Gotcha. Okay.
There's also the idea that just because the service is on the table doesn't mean he's going to give everybody at least one.
You're right.
This isn't Spider-Man.
Sort of first come, first serve. Whoever asks the question gets the task.
Right.
I'm wondering if Natara wants to be selfish. She's not gonna ask about her brother next. Don't.
She's not going to pull an oolong and ask for the world's most comfortable panties.
No.
I will.
She.
Or
Uh,
Bulba's
she's gonna-
panties. Sorry, go ahead.
she's kinda thinking-
Guys, hold on.
She's kind of thinking like, does she want to ask about how she can? It's actually a two-part question. So the first part is the Triforce abandoning her brother? Is the Triforce of Wisdom abandoning her brother? And if it is, the mark on her hand, does that mean it's coming to her, and how can she get it? If she wants to use it,
That's 3 questions.
Yeah.
I feel like
know, I
we
know.
can consolidate that down to how can I obtain the Triforce of Wisdom?
you're right, yeah.
Well, that's pretty
Because
straightforward.
that'll answer
though,
all of
because
the
Right.
extra
Well,
bits.
Yeah, go
Here's
ahead,
the
Necro.
thing, because then whoever you're asking is probably just going to be a smartass and be like, kill them.
I mean, that's the plan.
That is
Fuck 'em.
fair. We need
That is
context.
Foil's plan, not necessarily into Taru's plan.
It was Nataru's plan.
It
You
was,
wanted to
yeah.
kill him.
Because she was blinded by rage.
You are still in your dark form. I don't imagine that rage has left.
Fair
It
point.
is abiding, or not abiding. What's the word?
Subsiding?
Abating. Yeah, it is
Abating,
subsiding.
okay.
So yeah, so you can kind of see the orange coming back, because Zelda
Well-
did say to her Linnea or Zelda said there may be a way to stop your brother that isn't a fight.
I think it was Linnea, was it? I think. Yeah.
Well, Zeke's going to ask Pura what she thinks and what her input is.
On the
Since
question.
we
Alright.
keep- Yes.
Hmm. She says, well, this is just my opinion, but it seems to me the main thing we're all missing is basic information. Like, where is Hoyle? Or where is Ren? Because if you know where they are, then you know where they're not.
Or even
Ash
where's
was
Foil's
just gonna
base of
gesture between
operations?
Pura and Zelda. Said the same thing. Zelda said this previously when we had our chance with Hoyle.
What all are
That
we
means it's-
needing for Calamity's Edge?
We need one more Calamity Shard, and Zarin has it.
Let's look for Zarin.
That's another one. You could ask where Zarin is. You could pull up my...
Actually, ooh. I'm not sure if you'll allow this or not.
Hmm.
Wait,
An idea too.
does Nataru have Desperate Bond? Or Desperate Friendship, I think
Not-
it's called.
I don't know. I don't know if I told that.
Because my thinking is...
Nataru has opened hearts, compassionate. No, I don't.
Okay, so my question is, since Nataru is now a murder princess as well, so she's basically on the same wavelength, could she semi-follow that connection back to Zarin to at least get a ballpark estimate of the where in the map she is?
I remember Vic saying that when Nataru snapped, Zarin felt it.
Can we continue with asking people what they want to ask?
Yeah, we'll get
Well,
there.
we're discussing the different options one by one.
things
You
we
know,
can
we got to
ask,
cover
yeah.
all the angles, otherwise we're not gonna figure.
At least get all the
Oh.
NPCs done, at least.
Well, I'm not going to go through each NPC one by one. I'm not doing that. That's a lot of stuff.
No, that's another
But
thing.
so I can tell you that Nataru, she's got a vague feeling to the northeast. That's about as much.
Northeast.
It's about as much as you get out of that.
Can I see the
Gotcha.
map again?
And give me a
I
second.
am
That's towards-
also,
that's
when
towards
you
Death
pull
Mountain.
up the map, I'm gonna do a screenshot. That way we can just pin it somewhere.
Yeah. I need to refresh my memory.
No, you're good. I
While y'all
wouldn't
are
mind seeing.
doing that,
So that'd
can
be
I
Turtle
ask
Rock.
What are you going to ask?
one thing. I was just gonna ask one thing. If it would be maybe be a good idea to ask if Hoyle's cards are known. Like, what are they? What cards
Cards?
does he have that he hasn't put on the table? What do we have to deal with? What is he hiding?
Also, I just have to say one thing for Dragon. Your mind's in the good place, but this is all northeast. It's not just Turtle Rock.
I know. I'm just.
The entirety of
Mine-
Death Mountain and the sanctuary area is northeast.
So
It could
this
be
is all
any-
sky, right?
It's more than what you.
Everything around Turtle Rock.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is safe to assume this is all the purple cloud stuff is sky.
Then where would this lead? It's just odd. Or whatever.
It's a Zelda map. We don't question. We listen and we don't judge.
Well, so I am. So yeah, I'm expecting like this whole chunk in this upper right here is probably
It
going to
could
be viable.
there. Zarin could be in Death Mountain. She could be hiding in the old sanctuary building.
I was
She
gonna
could
say
be.
she could be in the sanctuary too.
What
It
is
could be
this?
over
What is
here.
what is what?
Is big
That is the
Death
tower.
to the north.
Yeah, that is the tower that was encased in crystal that you saw at the
Okay.
top of Death Mountain.
Okay, I got you.
I mean, hell, it's still technically northeast. She could be in that hut up there that you burnt an effigy down next to.
I am
It'd
kind
been
of
funny if Zarin was
suspecting-
hiding there the whole time.
What's up, Necro?
I'm kind of suspecting that she may have gone underground because if she's trying to, I'm assuming that she's probably trying to minimize the damage as much as she can with what little control she can muster. So I'm assuming it's possibly a matter of I'm going to go into the deepest hole that I can while I can, so that I am out of harm. Everyone's going to be out of my way of harm.
Okay,
Did we go-
Neko and maybe Vince question.
Mhm.
Actually, Nataru, go first.
Did we go? I don't remember this. Did we go completely into the sanctuary and discover everything?
Yeah, it was like the first thing
Don't
we
ask
did.
me. Don't ask me.
No,
I
I
wasn't
meant-
there.
I meant during the Eldritch boss fight, like that. Did we go?
Oh, the
No, that was while it was
Abomination?
in the Dark World. You have
Oh, yeah,
cleansed
you're
that
right.
tile, so it is now back to
We
being
have
the
not
sanctuary.
we have not explored Light World.
When
Yes, we
Pura
have.
left
Oh,
and
yeah,
took
we
the
have.
scintillator with her, that took that portion of the world out of the Light World and back to the Dark World, which became the cave that the abomination was in. So the
Gotcha.
Moon Pearl
Yeah, yeah, we
scintillator
have
was the thing that
explored
was
it.
keeping that from being the cave. Else you would have walked
Right,
straight
right.
from Hyrule Castle into a rank 6, rank 7 boss fight.
Yeah.
And we did cleanse the. Is this the
Yeah,
the
you've
upper
cleansed-
left? That's cleansed.
Yeah, you've cleansed 2 tiles. So that is the Lost Woods up on the left instead of the Skull Woods. And the Sanctuary tile has been cleansed as well.
Okay.
I'm thinking she's here.
So I've got to run to the bathroom
Where's
again.
that?
Looks like
Okay.
it's going to be one of those days. But Zeke's
Yeah.
vote is to make. So and like that Ren, if
Somewhere
we
here.
don't take another downtime action,
Okay.
I'm hoping for the fact that Ren has yet to make it to Hoyle to tell him the
That's good.
information.
Yeah, that's a
So
good
we
point.
could make a beeline straight to the woods to try and get the Master Sword and the Triforce of Courage before
Okay.
Ren gets to Hoyle.
So that's
But
what,
if we
okay.
take
So
a
that's your
downtime
vote.
action, if
Okay.
we take a downtime action, that probably won't be viable anymore. But even if we don't take a downtime action, it's still a big maybe.
Do you
I
think we
would
should
say
gamble on that,
sword
guys?
and then sword
But
and
I'm
then
gonna run to the bathroom.
downtime. My other question on the topic of Zarin. So Zarin and Nataru have a bond, so they can kind of feel each other, feel what's going on. Would Zayla have the same bond with her sister?
You know, I was actually considering the possibility of maybe trying to like dreamwalk or something to see if I can get some info that way. Entirely up to Vic, obviously.
Okay,
Pulling
agreed.
some Wheel of Time shenanigans here, I see. All right. Real quick,
Wait a minute.
let me pause everyone. Does Adam have any input? You've been silent this entire time.
No, my
What's your
question
input,
wa-
sir?
Your
my
question?
was this going to be how do we resolve this conflict peacefully?
Okay.
Mm.
That's a
Spoken like
damn
a true
good
Zonai.
question. Yeah.
That is a good question.
That is something that Zayla would prefer too, so
Are you specifically
Also,
talking about the
Nataru would-
conflict with Hoyle that you now find yourselves in, or elsewhere? Another.
The restoring of balance,
So the world conflict.
the world
How do we
conflict.
come to a peaceful
Hey, guys.
resolution for the best outcome?
Mm-hmm.
Hey guys,
Yeah, what's
if we
up
want
next?
that sword, we could just. We don't need to walk there.
Poof!
You right? No, it's in the
Can we
light
poof?
world.
But it's
do you
also
mean?
misty.
Now you're thinking with portals.
I don't
Oh, the
understand.
magic book might be able to get into that grove. Might.
But isn't it still the light world?
This is
Magic portal book.
true. You do have the Book of Portals. You might be able to bypass the
Magic
whole
book.
Lost Woods maze entirely.
Oh.
Magic
like
book
that.
might just be able to get us straight into the grove.
All right, let's go magic treehouse this shit.
That's real interesting.
So
Do we
I
wa- hang
have
on, hang
another
on, I'm gonna-
possibility
Okay,
that
well,
I would like to present.
Yes.
What if Zayla, I don't know, had a vision that Ren was stuck and couldn't get to Hoyle just yet?
That is entirely up
Using
to
With
you.
the
your
dream
quirk?
outcome.
using your quirk.
Oh.
Yes, I am.
Oh
I am tugging
my
on the threads of
God.
fate.
Wait a minute. Hang on. I'll do you one better.
Oh,
Necro.
No, that's
She never left.
she never left. She's still spying. I love it.
Can-
I love
Before
it.
you do that,
okay.
Let's
Well, it's
use
on the
ask
table.
around.
It's on the table.
What race
it's on the
is
table.
Ren?
She,
She's
Hylian.
Hylian.
She's
She's
Hylian.
Hylian,
Okay,
yeah.
so she's not
Well,
shadow
here-
dodgy fucking
Uh,
bullshit.
Here's the thing. She is quote unquote Hylian.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
don't know what she is. Yeah, we don't know what Hoyle's
We've
allied
recruited.
himself with.
No, see, her being a spy makes me still worry that. She's either
They did the
Hylian
same thing with
or
my Ren.
she's no.
Either way, if she gets rewritten in causality back into the Forge House, we can just restrain her.
Because at the very least, even if you're assuming the worst, she just learned about the pendant of courage. So you know definitively Hoyle can't know about at least that particular pendant. If you assume that everything you've done up until now has been reported to Hoyle, she doesn't have that piece of information.
I
Or
think
he
Eli
doesn't have that
Forth
piece of-
Is a smart idea.
Ren, hang on.
They'll breaking this wide
Bring-
open.
Bring Ren back into the forge house and then beeline for the sword.
Yeah.
What is
Well, we have
Zayla
this-
using to bring her back?
So Zayla has a quirk called Dreamer, where she can, once per session, say that she dreamed a different outcome and that thing happens, of course, at GM approval. The catch is, if she uses that, the GM gets to use that as well on the enemy side.
Yeah,
Oh, God,
I'm
so that's
basically
what
a
you've
mage
been-
from
Yeah.
World of Darkness.
So
That's
he's
what you've been seeing different outcomes in the previous.
Exactly, so this- this thing that just happened, this was something that Zayla dreamed, and in reality, Ren is still at the Forge House, but you've already gotten the information from Valeric, the broker, about.
yeah, no, that's cool. That's cool. I like.
So
that, yeah.
it's swoopity swappity. It's very barred. That's what it is. It's very barred.
I'm maxing Caulfielding this.
Oh, there we go.
Uh,
Okay. I'm not
Rewind
gonna.
that
I'm not
shit.
gonna. I'm not
Okay,
gonna do
hang
the
on, let's-
results of that until we've all agreed. But that's
Yeah,
on the
do we
table.
all
Right.
wanna
I still want to
bring
work
Ren
through any other
back?
possibilities because
Asplin, hold
Here's
on,
the
hold on,
thing.
hold on. We're cutting
Because
Asplin
here's-
off.
Oh.
Let's cut this into sections. Do we want to do Ren? Like, if it's show of hands for bringing Ren back.
Okay.
Yes.
Sure.
Aye.
Kate hasn't jumped yet.
Well, you sound like you
Undecided.
have something to say after that. So what is the thing you're going to say after that first?
We're doing this section by section.
Well, I'm undecided because of the implications of the downside of the dream
Need to
thing.
know my options.
Well, what's the other option?
The other thing, the line of action is bring Ren back. We do Ren thing, then we go get sword. I'm
Okay.
focusing on Ren first because that's priority
Ooh,
one.
and
Do
we
we
give
want to
the-
do this
Okay.
thing first? And
we bring Link with us so he can get the
Yeah, I wanna-
Triforce of Courage.
I want us all to
That means
be
I need to give the
agreed on
necklace back.
the option, on the line of action here. Do we want to do Ren?
I
I'm
disagree
wanting
with
to
Link
go
getting the
over all of our
Triforce of
options
Courage.
first. Because here's the
What do you
thing.
think?
What
What's up, Necro?
concerns
Sorry.
me what concerns me is the flip side of my ability,
Mhm.
because this means that Hoyle can also bitch slap us and slap us harder than usual. Because this is basically giving Vic the approval to be a dick.
This is true.
Like
No.
doing something like dreaming that we did not, in fact, draw the Master Sword.
I wouldn't do something like that that affected an
You can't
item
do
that you
that, yeah.
have. I
Yeah.
can. I absolutely could, but I'm not gonna do that.
Oh,
That's too shitty.
well then, yeah, I'm on board then.
Can I
Um,
ask what would be in your ballpark? Because, like, just generally, not and vaguely.
That's up to him to
That-
decide.
that's
It's
a DM thing,
so
yeah.
if you look at the quirk, if you go to the quirk section, you'll find one called Dreamer, and you're free.
Okay.
You're free to read that. I think it's a spirit quirk.
I believe so.
No, apparently not. I think it might be a fate
It's
quirk.
an
then.
Eldritch. It's
Eldritch? Okay. Dreamer, there it is. Okay. Once per game session, you can propose an event that gets you out of a tricky predicament subject to your GM's approval. For example, an unexpected rock that cuts off your pursuers. Disadvantages in a game session where you have invoked this quirk, your GM can have your adversaries benefit from a similar improbable event to negate an advantage you possess.
Hmm.
So that can really bite us in the ass if we're not careful.
Yeah, but
Okay,
considering
so-
if Ren gets to Hoyle before we get to the sword,
We're
there's a big
fucked, yeah.
chance. Yeah.
So
we're
it's
taking the gamble.
not only that, but if Ren gets to Hoyle and you're thinking that combat is probably going to happen, you have both Ren and Hoyle to deal with. And you have no idea what Ren's capabilities are. Whereas,
Bring
Ren
if you have guaranteed that Ren is at the Forge House, even if you do meet Hoyle there, he's without backup. So,
True,
we
he'll
can
lose a pawn.
we can still turn Ren on him because we have direct contact with Ren then.
right.
Which reminds
okay.
me, I need to check something.
Can I want to ask Zeke or Yadi a question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why not Link?
That
be-
immediately puts
because
a target
he-
on his back.
Also, the metagaming here, because he's an NPC in the Forge House, and we never take him with us when we do things. So if
Yeah,
we're out
so-
doing something and we need the power of the Triforce of Courage, we're just shit out of luck because he won't be with us unless he
Oh.
becomes a permanent party NPC after he gets it.
Right. And not only that,
Also-
but the only time he was ever able to stand up to you was when he was in Calamity form. The Triforce of
and-
Courage left him for a reason.
I was about to say
Yeah.
that.
The Triforce of Courage forsook him.
Metagaming
He's
here?
not getting that shit back.
This
Metagame
thing's a
knowledge.
weakling.
Metagame knowledge. I created the
Yeah.
Triforce pieces for the players.
Okay.
So that's
Question: we need to decide amongst ourselves. So we have two party members that already have Triforce pieces.
you have one.
Mine
Kind
is
of.
not an official one. Mine is
It's not an official one,
He's
but I'm still
evil.
counting it. I'm
That
still
And I
counting
don't
it.
have it yet.
Yeah, Nataru doesn't have a
But-
piece. She's got a hint.
But your, yeah, I was gonna say your body is prepared to receive the Triforce of Wisdom
The secret
Yeah.
of the Force breakdown, yeah.
amongst us. Do we think is best fit for the Triforce of Courage? Who can give it the most use? Who can do the best with it? Whom's it will not leave?
I mean,
feel like
Zeke would
Adam.
probably,
Well,
or
I
Zeke
thi-
or Adam.
I think
Adam is
Zeke,
disappeared.
and correct me if I'm wrong, Yeti, but I think Zeke is kind of gunning for the Triforce of Power? Question mark?
Okay, I can see that.
I wouldn't say he's actively gunning for it, but it's
Uh-huh.
definitely the one that he would resonate with the most.
The
Okay.
pieces are falling into place, lining him up for that one.
I would say Adam or one of the sisters then.
I was gonna actually suggest like either Adam or Zayla because metagame knowledge. Going to confront Hoyle? What the fuck? That was so courageous, but also the stupidest thing you've ever done.
It's amazing how those lines blur.
Right.
Courage
Like,
is
That's
always
what I was
intelligent.
thinking.
yeah.
I'd
I
rather
would
do
Because-
Zayla.
personally, metagaming, I would say Zayla, because Adam has the statue that lets him bypass Triforce requirements to begin with.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Adam
Is
might
Zayla
end
our
up with
choice
that
then?
Triforce of Truth, my dudes.
It's
Okay.
not.
I mean, I'm down.
Triforce
it's
of
not
Truth
our
would-
choice. It's
Triforce
Yeah,
of Truth
Zayla
would definitely be an
feels about that.
Asplin thing, I think.
It doesn't matter how anybody feels about it. The Triforce piece picks who they pick.
Well,
That's true.
I'm obviously willing to go with what would make the game the most fun, right?
I feel like
So-
it's Zayla then.
If you
Yeah.
guys want it to be Zayla, it can be Zayla.
Yeah, Zayla. Okay.
I vote
That'll
Zayla.
work.
Yeah.
That
All
works.
right.
And let
Alright.
me remind you of a specific scene, right? Nataru was standing right in front of the Triforce of Wisdom, and Cassius was able to take it instead.
Mm,
You have a choice.
mm,
I have demonstrated
wha-
this.
mm.
It just makes the Triforce grumpy.
Yeah, the the regular Triforces can be taken. Mine can't.
Yeah.
I
well,
think the Triforce needs a nap.
I feel like if we surround the plinth and kind of do the kind of what is it, the Roman
We're not gonna do
you
a
don't need-
safety circle.
you don't need to do that. Like I said, you can choose. Whoever walks up to
Alright,
it
well,
and grabs it is
If
gonna have
we're
it.
all there, Cassius isn't gonna. Cassius ain't gonna
No,
swoop
my
in.
point
He
was
got the one he
Hoyle.
wants.
Man.
My
Hoyle's
point
not
was
gonna
Hoyle.
swoop in. Hoyle's
You
not
sure
gonna
about
swoop in
that?
before somebody. He's not gonna swoop in before somebody can get the Triforce.
I think
We don't
metagaming,
know that.
it's nice flavor
really don't know
for
that.
us to choose amongst ourselves who is most deserving, who would put it to the best use, and in story kind of have it choose them. I feel
Yeah.
like that's just good flavor,
Yeah, we can
in
do
my
that
opinion.
easily. But it seems like we are leaning towards using Dreamer to say that Ren never left, and either using the Book of Portals or just making a beeline physically to the Lost Woods to
Book
get
of
the Master
Portals
Sword.
gets us there the faster.
It does.
I
I said
think
book portals, though.
we need to disregard the idea of rewinding time and keeping Ren there, because that gives Hoyle an advantage over us. If we can get to her before she gets to Hoyle,
That's
we don't. The
if
whole
wanna
party
change
doesn't
you
have
can
to
get
be
to
there for
her.
the
I
sword.
don't,
Well,
I don't
I got
want
it.
to
Wait,
chance it.
Well, hold
he
on.
already
What
has an
if-
advantage over us with Ren spying on us.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he
So
doesn't need
this-
more.
We would take away his advantage.
Right. Keeping
Yeah,
Ren
so
at the
it's-
Forge
it
House
would-
negates his advantage.
So
Okay, so let's finish
here's
this
another way
scene.
we can approach this too. We can set it up to where hopefully Ren decides to try to pull a slick one and gather more information, acting like, and we can have the chance to act like, oh, we have no idea what's going on. Ambush chance.
And
Or we could just ambush her as soon as she's re-causality
also-
back here.
That's
My
fair.
point.
Asplin,
Zeke's
hold on.
answer from the info broker
Yeah.
is to take away Hoyle's allies. We can turn Ren on him.
Wait.
What is her star relationship at right now?
She is at. Give me a moment, and I will check for you.
So I'm gonna make a suggestion.
Which should be
Let's take
which-
a 5
Don't-
or 10 minute break.
She's at 4 stars.
That way
Which
we
she
can
does
start
no
back
work.
at like 6.
Yeah, we can do that if you want to take a short break.
With her.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I'm getting the feeling that everyone could probably take a breather right now.
Well, I
You
mean,
hit a full neurodivergent party with heavy analysis paralysis.
with choices. But yeah,
and
it seems
I
like you
feel
ended
like-
up working it out, though. That's a great.
I just feel like certain people's nerves may be getting grated because they keep getting talked over, even though we discussed this before. And I think stepping away to cool off a minute would best be the best approach right now.
Right. So if I need to use an initiative system for conversation, I will.
It might be something to consider at some point. I'd say let's go ahead and try to keep things on track for a bit longer, and if it gets to that point, we may have to.
At this point, I feel like the conversation's pretty much over. You've
Yeah,
Right.
you've sort of made your decisions. So, real quick, does Nataro have anything else to say? You were asking for some room.
I was going to say we could use Zeke's medallion to call the info broker.
But you always have
No.
that. You always have that too. That's not going to go away anytime soon, right?
I know,
Yeah.
but my point being, if we can get Ren's location from him, would that be at all advantageous so we could ambush her there on
Well,
the way?
You do realize that you have to complete a task to get that information, which takes time.
I just realized that.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So
Yeah, no. Bringing Ren back.
it's a
is
good
our
thought,
best
if not for that
option.
facet of things. So
Like our best option is bringing Ren back and just taking whatever advantage the enemy gets later.
right. So let's go ahead and call a short break,
Sure.
and then we will come back and let's see what action we're taking. It
Okey-dokey.
feels like we already have it nailed down.
Yep. Okay, BRB.
All right, yeah, do break. Solid plan though. Like, damn, I was not expecting Dreamer to come into play.
A lesson for the future.
Oh yeah, no, that's fantastic. You, excuse me. I need my water bottle. I'll be right back. Okay. Do I have a prop for this? That's not what I wanted. That'll work. I'm going to be moving people, so don't mind me.
How dare you? You put them back. You put that person back where they came from. So help me.
What did you get from us? So help me. And what am I going to use for that? I could use Blinsky again, man. Oh, yeah, that's no white. Good lord, I have a lot of tokens. Nope. Okay. There you go. This is terrifying enough. Yay. I separated these for a reason.
What the fuck?
It's
Get out of here, Majora. You're not welcome.
not Majora. Read the Rift Key Chronicles, guys. All right.
Oh god. Oh god. It's a horse.
Yep.
Get out of here with that. Stop following us. You're not welcome here.
The fucking Thestral.
You're not welcome here, Bane.
Worse.
Go away.
Believe me, worse.
Hans.
It's not a haunt. It's a.
That's a horse. I even made sound effects for it.
Hate
Okay. The the idea that I came up with came from a joke, and I'm like, wait, I could actually use that quite literally. The talking stick. So
Oh.
what we can do is we can pass the talking stick down the line. That way, you know, Zeke, you get to say everything that you want to say, and you pass it on. Natara gets to say everything she wants to say, pass it on. If you have nothing to say, you pass it on until it gets to the GM again. If people still have input, we go again.
So you're the scary horse thing.
I am. So hopefully, that might be a more organized and conducive way to have a long format discussion like this, without a lot of people getting stepped on and clamoring and things like that. So we can try that. All right. I do believe Necro is still out
On a theek.
on his speak.
But that ain't no fucking horse. That is not a horse. That is
That's-
Jose
Damn
Jalapeno.
it. You fucking troll.
Just good to know that gets both members of the family.
God damn it. Oh my god.
All it takes is one dog dry heaving for you two to break.
I hate it. It's
I'm sorry, did you just fucking throw the DK rap into this?
yes.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Oh,
I hate it.
an edited version of it, yeah.
God damn it.
Eddie,
Okay.
Eddie,
Huh?
why
What?
is there a Chick-fil-A in Hyrule Temple?
What?
There's a Chick-fil-A everywhere.
Damn it.
There's a Chick-fil-A at the goddamn Temple of Time.
Peanut oil. All right. Wait till we see Necro unmute here, because I think that'll be our cue that everybody's back.
If he remembers to unmute.
This is true.
I also haven't seen Dragonite come back yet. Oh, okay. Thanks, Phoenix.
There you go. No, I don't want to be an armed private investigator in Seattle.
Man, just DOS yourself.
Seattle.
You should look into subway options.
Subway options. God damn it.
Remember, there's always positions open at Outlet Universal.
God, no.
Turnover rate 1 day.
At the Pizza Hut.
I-
I'm at the Taco Bell.
I-
I'm at the
okay.
Combination Pizza Hut and Taco Bell.
I have seen the absolute bottom of the barrel working for that specific company. They will hire like anyone.
Mm-hmm.
At Subway?
No,
No,
the security company I used to work for.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Thanks, Daniel. This video is never getting sponsored.
I'm pretty sure the hiring process for Allied
Cost us
Universal
an Allied
is
Universal sponsor. God.
like the recruiter takes like a pane of glass, holds it up to your nose, and says breathe.
You're alive, you're a warm body, you're good. Okay, welcome back. So I came up with an idea off of a joke, and now it's a real idea. You might notice that everybody has moved, and there is now a torch.
And
I'm going to rename this
The Arbiter.
the talking stick.
There we go.
That's not what I wanted.
You put Bane back where he came
There you go.
from. You put that lost god.
But I
back in
wanna
Labyrinth
use him
where he
again.
belong. No, put
Okay.
him away.
So if everybody is back, it seems like
the only lost god is me.
You don't
I have the
stick.
talking stick. Okay. So it seems like the overall plan is to have Zayla use her dreamer quirk to say that Ren never left, and you can do that and prevent Ren from leaving. Then potentially use the Book of Portals to get to the Sacred Grove as quickly as possible. I'm going to pass this to Zeke. We're going to go down the line this way. Any input, opinions?
So, whenever you started explaining that, you roboted out for me throughout the entire thing, all the way up until giving Zeke the talking stick.
Okay, so you say everything you want to say and you pass it down the line.
Okay.
Person who has a talking stick has the floor. Please do not interrupt them.
First of all, the question: what action are we taking when Ren comes back? Are we going to be restraining her, talking peacefully, and telling her we know what's going on? Like, what are we doing to/with her when she gets back?
That reminds me.
Hold on. Real quick. Well, from what I understand, and of course I'm going to pass this down the party line. From what I understand, the current thoughts are restrain, use your relationship to try to kind of convert her to your side, pretend that you don't know she's a spy. There may be other options. Back to Zeke. If you're done, go ahead and pass it to Nataro. Nataro, you have the talking stick.
Sorry, I personally think using Zayla's Dreamer, using the portal book, and using the relationship to try and convert her. Because I don't think... Because if we restrain her, she knows something's up. I mean, she's gonna know something's up in 2 of the scenarios. But if we restrain her... I'm trying to think this through. If we restrain her, I feel like that isn't gonna go well. Because she's gonna harbor a grudge, or she could, you know, I'm fed up with this, teleport away, if that's what she did. If we just act like nothing happened, what do we do after that? She could still teleport away or disappear or whatever.
And Twig has the talking stick. For those of you who have responses, taking notes and writing down what you want to say so you don't forget might be useful.
Yeah, that would have been useful. So obviously, we need the sword. But in order to get the sword, we need to make sure Ren cannot get to Hoyle. So if we keep her here... I don't know exactly how we're going to plead with her, or try to reason with her, or try to use the relationship to sway her towards our side. If she is already a plant, she's already very good at acting like she's on our side. Even if we act like we know nothing, there's nothing saying that she won't just play nice and then go tell Hoyle everything anyway. I don't know that there's much more I can say about it.
Yep, when you're done, pass the stick. Zayla. You're muted.
Oops.
There you
So, first quick question. Gifts with your character. What mechanical reason do they exist?
So if you give an extravagant gift that you bought from Malo Mart to a
They're
character...
like character gifts, like traits and such.
What do you mean?
I mean, I have a gift, melodious voice, from being something or other.
Oh, those are
What
your
does that
alignment
do?
gifts. They're mainly cosmetic.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
never mind. Okay, so in that case, I think it would make more sense to try and sway her, at least metagame wise. I think that'd probably be the best bet. At least try to start out with that and see where it takes us, and we can always jump her afterward if need be. So yeah, I say we try and talk it out first. Oh wait, no wait, that was with your other form, but there was a Zone of Truth spell that you could do, which would be really handy right now, but we don't have that, so I think that's my input on the whole thing.
I'll
Asplin.
wait to respond then.
Yep. Write it down so you don't forget.
Oh no! Feel free to respond to me because I hate this idea.
You're not jabbing.
I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. The talking stick removes anybody's ability to carry out actual conversation, because if somebody goes to respond, somebody else can just chime in. Oh, you don't have the talking stick, and then cool, the conversation's over.
Well, I think
if we don't
more for like.
If we don't do
Sorry.
that, then everybody's talking over each other, everybody's stepping on each other, people are getting frayed nerves, and it's becoming
That's a normal conversation. Interruption
So-
happens.
Okay,
It's
so let's
different over Discord
right.
because in person you talk in real time, but there's always a delay in Discord, and there's no body
I-
language to
I
denote
just
like
feel
when
like
someone's.
there's a better way to do this
Have-
than. The
I'm open to
talking stick.
suggestions.
I have a question. It still kind of follows the talking stick theme, but letting someone say their piece, but we raise our character as if we were raising our hands when we have something to
Oh
say.
yeah, if
We
you have something to say,
scoot
just
ourselves up like that.
scoot up. That could work.
And wait, yeah. That way
Well,
we
I
can kind
also
of delegate.
see-
Hey, okay, you say your idea,
Yeah,
kind of thing.
I see this being good for like figuring out group decisions, not for just casual conversation.
I'm just trying to
mainly
mitigate
for,
the
like,
frayed
problem-
nerves.
Right.
That's all.
I understand that. I've noticed that it mostly happens when we're discussing plans because everyone has their idea and they all want to get it out there. ADHD monkey kicks in. So I totally get that in conversation and whatnot. But when it comes to like important decisions like this, I'm good with the stick.
I
How about
I
this?
disagree
Same. I
entirely.
think it
I
has
If
hate
you-
the
its
stick.
time and place.
If you have something to say, move your token into the shadow so I know that you are wanting to say something, and I'll call on you. How about that?
That'll work too.
Okay. All right, we'll start with Zeke.
In regards to swaying Ren over, perhaps it would be easier if we enlisted the aid of the Princess of Hyrule that she used to serve under.
I mean, that's fair.
Okay. Nataru?
This is could I argue that Nataru has currently left her murder princess form? Because she's been losing it for the past several sessions.
If you want to make that transformation, sure. Do you want to go back to your oh, I think we just lost
Form,
Yeti.
yeah. Oh, yeah,
Oh.
we did.
He said he was having thunder, so
Yeah,
down here.
power line probably.
He's on
went
his
down.
phone now. She will go back. That's wrong. To her hope form. I'm gonna call it her hope form.
okay.
Because I thought I heard you say that instead of "oh, we lost Zaddy." Yaddy, not Zaddy. Oh my God, kill me.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so she's gonna, if she can, she has opened hearts. She can definitely go up to Ren, act like nothing is wrong, and whisper in her ear, tell the truth. That would save us from having to restrain or reason with her.
And yeah,
Okay.
that's the idea that kind of came to my mind. Was I went back to the whole situation with Aghanim, and it clicked. And like, ooh, if we knew because the issue that was brought up before of her being able to play it off and act and misguide us, as she has been, if that's negated, that's basically like 80% of the problem gone. The last 20% is whether or not she can be reasoned with or not, and at that point it's just a fight.
It's also not a guarantee, but it is a good option.
What isn't a guarantee? She can't lie under that.
It's a check.
You
Is it a
right?
check?
Is it a
It's
check?
your aura. It's your aura versus
Aura
the group
versus
of anybody in
grit.
earshot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I would only be whispering it to her, but I hear you. Yeah,
No,
it is
that's
a
the thing.
check.
Like it's not a guarantee, but it is a really good option that we have on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Yeah,
Mike,
there's a
next-
whole
oh,
section
sorry.
for negotiations in the book.
There is. Go ahead, Nataru.
As I mute my mic, would there be a way anybody else could give me a plus on the aura? Like, is that possible? Does anybody? Well, hold on. Let me look at my previews first. I can
Can I
judge
only-
merit in another,
Okay.
and I can respect ritual and tradition. Would any of that give me a bonus?
I would say judging merit would give you a bonus.
Okay.
Unfortunately, none of my purviews would really stick to or really work in any of this.
Okay. Twig.
Who left?
Ooh, wait, actually,
Yeah,
That
just
was
kind of
cute.
in and out.
together at all.
I think. No, he's still there. No, he's okay. I see the connection symbol. What you want to say, Twig?
No, that was Kaylee that left.
Okay.
Her computer shit the bed for a second.
Okay.
Well, I also left.
Oh, fair. But you never actually left the chat.
Oh.
Yeah, you immediately
No.
transitioned to your phone.
Yeah. Speaking on the assist thing, is Twig only capable of like attack assists, battle assists, or can I actually help assist with like a check? Especially because of her connection with Notaro.
Does Twig have purviews?
I don't know.
Which
Where?
I just took a look. One of mine is sticking together at all costs. I think that would be able to add a bonus to swaying one to another side.
That would
To
be
stay
enough
with
to
us.
make it a major bonus, which is the maximum you can have.
I'm gonna guess not because I can't find anything on my character sheet about it.
Okay.
Knew I should have taken Charming Grifter.
So from what I'm hearing, there's no pushback against the idea of using Dreamer, doing whatever you're gonna do with Ren, and then using the book. Are we all agreed on that?
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay. The only thing you want to figure out right now is what you want to do with Ren, right?
Yeah, what the hell are we doing with Ren? Because we know our two options is we're getting her here and then we're using the book after we're done here.
We could bring out Zelda.
Okay. Well, I suppose that this is. I'm gonna go ahead and start moving people out of the way here.
I honestly request that we play it by ear. As in,
Oh,
like,
absolutely.
first we try it peacefully first.
Just improv
if
it.
things Go haywire. Go
Mhm.
restrain
Yeah.
her.
Step by
It's
step.
not like we really
And
know how
Okay.
Ren's mind works to begin with.
I'm hold on.
Good.
So, can I have a definite plan, if possible? Not just play it by ear, but can we have a series of events like if this, then this?
I think
Or
you've
if
already
not
settled
this,
on that.
then
You're
that.
gonna try to
Yeah, I
negotiate
think so,
first, and
too.
if not, you're gonna restrain her.
Yeah,
But what
that's
does
what playing it by
negotiate
ear
mean?
is.
Does it mean?
Do you
what
want to
I-
use your
does it-
ability that you're gonna do? Do you want to use?
Yes,
That's up to
what
you.
I meant. Like, is that negotiate to everybody else?
Hmm.
If I use my ability, does that count as negotiating or just?
I think that's what
I would say,
everybody was thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to make sure
Yuppers.
because that wasn't clear
Okay,
to me.
Twig.
Shit, I should have written it down. Never mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, in that case, I'm
I
gonna go
feel that.
ahead and move the session along here. We will go back to where we were previously. I'm
I
gonna
remember.
put here, but you
Wait,
do have the information that you came back from the merchant with. So,
Vince, I remembered.
you remembered. What did you want to say?
Is this before she saw the pendant or before she poofed?
This is before she poofed, but she has seen the pendant.
Okay.
So the only thing that you're walking back is whether or not she left. All right. So, Zayla activating Dreamer. Ren has not left. You are free to do what you wish.
All right. So how do you want me to RP this? Is this me bouncing back after having a vision, or like seeing the alternate timeline and then I snap back to this moment, or
Yeah,
how-
however
how
you
am I
decide. I wasn't really going to need it to be RP'd out. I was just going to start from
Okay.
this point.
Okay. All right. So yeah.
You know what we should
Word.
do?
What's up?
We should have everybody, including Zelda, line up right
Oh,
here.
yes, I was actually just about to say that.
Okay.
Oh, what here?
Or any line that stretches across this.
Just block the area.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck
All
it.
right.
I would say that Notaro was alerted to my fear and came running and alerted everybody else to get the fuck outside.
Yep.
That makes the most sense.
Should I
Um,
be a little ahead of the others
doesn't matter.
so I can?
Because you're all
walk
you're all
toward
essentially
really
lining
doesn't
up.
matter,
So
yeah.
here's what's gonna happen. All right, as Twig, are you still here or are you moving?
When
Because you
well,
see
when she poofed,
everybody
I was with Link.
stepping up this way. So
If she's
Uh,
seen the pendant, it
no,
would make
something's
sense
up
for
if
Twig
I
to
have
be
moved.
here.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, so she's sparring with Link. They stop. They take a break. And she looks over her shoulder and she sees you all. and her face goes pale.
I'm gonna attempt to summon Groose.
Okay.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Not one. He comes out.
Alrighty.
His task: assist me until I tell you you're done.
Okay.
Is he gonna politely decline?
You're here
Not
forever.
one.
That
That means
one's a
he's
good thing.
beads.
Okay.
Yeah, that one's a good thing. Remember.
Yep. All right.
All right, continue.
Should I go ahead, everybody?
Yeah. So,
Yeah, Zill's gonna follow
Have
closely
the
behind.
Yeah. Don't fuck up.
Nataru is walking up to Ren, passes her, whispering in her ear, "Tell the truth." with
okay,
her-
and you
with,
said,
open hearts.
is it
And
aura
it's
versus grit? Okay.
Yep, it's her aura versus your grit.
Mm-hmm.
And I get a +4
Yeah, you're gonna get a 4 modifier for the major bonus.
Technically,
And
a
not
-4
advantage,
because how
just
these rolls
4.
work.
Okay.
Do I click advantage? I forgot.
No, it's not advantage. You
Advantage
just
is
subtract
first
4
roll
from the
point.
roll.
Anyway, I'll
Yeah.
put
I
in
get
minus
That's a 0.
Oh,
That's a
Yeah,
0.
essentially.
A nat
So as you do that,
dirty
Zill's just gonna walk in front
So-
of her and just be like, you know you can't take us all.
So, you get to modify this roll in either direction with that 4. Okay? Because Ren also rolled a 4, which is a success, and if her number is higher than yours, she succeeds.
Oh, that's
Are you gonna roll again?
No. You
That
have a
means you can
4
use
modifier,
your-
so you can make that an
means,
8.
Means turn into a 0.
No,
I'm
turn-
turning
Still
into
a
a 0.
success.
if you turn
Wait,
into
no.
0, you lose.
No.
Yeah.
Wait,
Well,
no,
okay,
yeah, turn into
oh.
8. Sorry.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
8 then. Yeah.
okay. So, as you whisper in her ear, you see a crystalline purple flash behind her eyes as your ability takes hold. Go ahead.
Nataru's gonna turn towards everybody else and just nod. Like, the floor is yours. Because it can be anybody who asks. She
Okay.
has to tell the truth, and only her, because she was the only one who heard it.
Have you been reporting to
Besides
Hoyle?
me.
Oh shit. All right, and the ability is
Opened hearts.
opened heart.
You want me to read it to you?
Nope, I got it.
Okay.
Unable to lie, deceive, or mislead you for a 24-hour period. Okay.
So yeah,
She-
Zill's gonna start circling her and just be like, "Are you reporting to Hoyle?" And for a split second, you see just the vaguest resemblance to Zaren's glare.
You see, as she begins to open her mouth, she realizes that the words that she wants to say won't come out, and it snaps shut.
I guess that answers the question. How much have you told him?
She stares straight ahead.
I'm gonna mana crush her leg.
Oh,
No!
Well,
We don't want
it
to make an
says-
enemy.
We're not
says-
restraining
What
her.
happened?
Injury.
well, hold on.
That's
The ability
fair.
says unable
I'm
to
not gonna
deceive.
jump the gun and go over.
Yeah.
Yeah, that means she
overturn the
doesn't have to talk if
negotiation.
she doesn't want to.
it says on the ability they can still refuse to answer your questions.
That's true.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, you just really jumped the gun.
yeah, sorry. Zaren came out.
We'll walk that back.
Would Zelda like to take this?
I was gonna say Aspen's pushing Zelda. Like, go and
That
use
is a
your
good point.
royal authority.
What? Sorry, Zeke.
Go be a princess.
And I'm gonna walk right here and fling my weapon to the side so that the chain and blade cover
Oh,
this distance.
okay. There is no
Had to
escape,
run around
and
the
that's a
chain.
nat 1 for Zelda as well.
The subtle yeet of power.
You subtle yeet
The
of power.
subtle yawn of this party. Okay,
The Triforce
You
of
invited me. This is your fault.
you're not wrong. Okay.
Can that be an item?
The yeet of power.
It doesn't even have to do anything. I just want to have it.
So Zelda steps forward. And for a moment, she's silent. And she looks up at Ren and says, "While I am disappointed, I understand." Sort of throws Ren for a loop. We currently exist in a world where there are no constants, and there's very little to rely on. And I know that it can be tempting to align yourself with the side of the conflict that seems to have the highest chance of victory. But I fear you've miscalculated. As powerful as Captain Hoyle is, if that were truly your line of thinking, you would be willingly running among the monsters, as they far outnumber us and far outpower us. So by your own logic, you are doing the suboptimal thing already. She gestures around to everyone standing behind her. Here, you have people to offer you a wealth of support. Here you have people who will listen and understand. Here you have people with compassion. Captain Hoyle was a fantastic leader when he was in the Hylian Royal Guard, but that time has long passed. He is now a man with a singular goal and determination. And he has proven that anyone he comes across is now a tool to be used for his own ends. Hoyle means to unmake this world, and you along with it, himself along with it. Is that really what you're fighting for? Then Ren looks at Nataru. And at the rest of you.
Actually going to slip her hand into Ren's.
Okay. That down just a little bit.
Twig is going to toddle over, reach up to Nataru for uppies.
Nuppies.
Aw.
Uppies.
Nataru is doing the uppies. for
Okay,
Twig.
yay, uppies, okay. And then we're standing close enough, I'm just going to reach over and put my little stick arm on Ren's shoulder.
Did a pat.
Yeah!
Give her a pat, it's
God damn it!
You're right, though.
Compose
Ren-
yourselves back in the moment, y'all.
Ren looks at Nataru and looks at the rest of you and says, while still under the effect of Nataru's ability, "I'm sorry. It was survival. I was given an agreement. He knew you had the moon pearls. He figured you would give me one. Was wagering on that. And in return for information, he left me and all of you alone. But you're right. I have already conveyed the information about the Pendant of Power and the Pendant of Wisdom.
Yeah, we
Wasn't-
expect retaliation.
It's safe to assume that he knows that you have or are close to having the third pendant. I couldn't say for sure, but I would expect him to be waiting for you.
Waiting for us where, though?
The one roadblock he's never been able to conquer. The Master Sword. He doesn't care about the sword. He only
Then why
wants
does
the
he care?
Triforce.
You know, yeah.
In fact, I would wager that he would leave the sword behind once he had the Triforce. And there is more than one pedestal that sword unlocks.
What's the other one?
The tower atop Death Mountain.
Oh,
we do need that. We do need that thing then.
And as far as I know, that is where Lanayru is imprisoned.
Itaru is gonna kind of fall back and... Why is she imprisoned?
Because that's the only place she's safe.
From?
Whatever's killing the guardian spirits.
How many are left?
Just her. The other 3 are dead.
You don't think that Hoyle was behind that somehow?
I couldn't say for sure. It's possible
Here's the
he
question.
was, it's possible that he wasn't. I was not there.
Well, I guess the next question we need answered is, what could he possibly gain if he were killing them?
Captain Hoyle has gone through a multitude of different plans. He initially thought that the power of calamity was worth pursuing, and then he was talking about how unstable it was and how difficult to control it was. So then he set his sights on Twilight, and then he realized that Twilight would bring him no closer to gaining the pieces of the Triforce. Excuse me. I fear he may be after the power of the fierce deity.
That would make sense.
It's the only thing left that I could think of that would help him gain the strength necessary to wrest the remaining Triforce pieces from their prisons.
Do you happen to know where that would be found, the fierce deity power?
The only thing I know is that you have at least collected one shard.
Yeah, that's what I thought we'd gotten.
Yeah.
If there is one, there are more.
Adam's gonna be stepping forward,
Okay.
like slowly as Ren's like been answering these questions, and then as like he's slowly stepping forward, he goes like, "Unity. Unity is what has kept this group together. Not bonds, not deals, not fear. You went to Hoyle and allied yourself out of fear. I may not have an organic's heart or a mind, but I know that a bond made out of fear is one you cannot remain loyal to. I ask you now, Ren, where does your unity lie? And what do you intend to do about this?
I served under Captain Hoyle for the entirety of my career. So initially, allying myself with him was easy. He had been a good leader before. I thought he would be again. But you're right.
Yeah, sorry.
You're good. Good.
And where has that allegiance led you now? Aside from hurting the ones that have trusted you.
Into a
The one that
no-win
have-
situation.
And you believe that we would not stand together if Hoyle presented a threat?
By the time I realized that, I was already in too deep.
I believe the term forgiveness is in play here. But one can say forgiveness is not deserved. It is earned. You have made wrongs, Ren. Everyone here can see this. Now, you have a chance to make things right.
Maybe I can start with this. And she reaches into her pack, and she pulls out a stone buster.
Good.
Even if he does make off with the Triforce of Courage, I know he'll at least leave the sword behind.
Adam nods.
And
That is the beginning.
she hands it to Nataru.
I will take this. Thank you.
And that was Ren's 5-star reward.
Nice. All right.
I forgot what the plus button was.
I'm gonna go back and then does Zeke still have like his weapon
Yep.
separating? I put a hand on Zeke's arm and I go like, I don't believe force will be necessary now.
Zeke is gonna look down at Adam with a fucking gaze of piercing daggers. That is for me to decide.
You must now yoink the yeet of power.
And I look at Zeke with unchanging look and I say, so does that mean we're no different than Hoyle?
Wait, I didn't know Adam's face could change.
Ren's
My
gonna
God.
walk forward. And she's gonna stand in front of Zeke. And without looking at him, she's just gonna offer her wrists. Expecting you to put manacles on her. Ah,
Wait, no, don't do it, big hell boy.
He's gonna turn his dagger gaze over to Ren and just let out a super heaving sigh, and like flick the staff of the weapon so it makes that chain do the wave thing to yank the scythe part out of the ground and click the
Okay.
button and draw it back in. And he's just gonna walk away.
Adam's gonna turn to Ren and say, once again, forgiveness will be earned. It is not an easy path, and it is a hard one.
She doesn't meet your gaze.
Nope,
She
I
is
don't
going
expect-
to make her way around the house, into the house, and she is going to take the back corner here. It's the place that's furthest from the door.
Nataru is gonna look at Princess Zelda and just nod.
It all things considered, could have gone a lot worse, Your Highness. We could have had another person get shot in the face.
Yeah, you tried to manor crush our leg.
Yeah, well, we retcon that. Sorry, I've been thinking about.
Make her
Zara.
happy. Yeah. Zelda nods and says, "If nothing else, I seem to still have my diplomacy."
Sorry.
I do not believe she will be a threat in the near future, but I will watch her.
As we're just gonna kind of look at it between you and me. Maybe you should step in and be the leader she needs, not the one she had.
Perhaps you're right. So,
Nataru.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I was gonna say, are we doing another downtime real quick? Like,
That
do you
is-
think?
That is up to the party.
Do you guys think we should? I swear to God. I said that because there's like pounding going on in the next room, and I'm like, I don't want the floor to blow up. Do we want to? Do you guys think it's safe to go get the sword right now? Because I don't think it is.
I don't think so either.
No.
It's being watched like a hawk, I
No.
guarantee it.
What do you think, Zeke? Or Yaddy, or both?
I don't
We
know.
lose Yeti? Oh, okay. I was gonna say, did we lose Yeti? You were so quiet for so long.
I think that
He's
was a
doing a big
thinking
think
pause,
funk.
much like Nags'
Yeah.
thinking pause.
I panicked because of your weather killing
Yeah.
your compute
No.
power
No,
earlier.
I'm still
Fair,
here.
fair.
I'm just a bigger part of me wants to go get it, but that bigger part is like 52%. So it's not a whole lot bigger.
Well-
It's a very risky move, is what it
You've-
is.
Resolved step 1 at the very least.
Mhm.
I
Right?
was going to say, what did we agree on step 2 for? Which was using the book to go somewhere, right?
I was using the portal book to
get
go to
the
the Sacred
sword,
Grove
but
and get
now
the sword.
that's been thrown up in the air.
How about a step 1.5?
What's that?
We will never know where he is unless he shows himself to us.
Right.
In other words, he
Such
will
true.
either be at the woods waiting for us, or we will find him somewhere else, which means that he is there, but so are we, not at the woods. So what if we use the coin now to find out where he is, now that it has a probable logical reason?
I
Question.
see what you're doing.
Fucking no. I'm in favor of that.
Yeah, let's do it.
You will have
I
a task to
like
complete
that.
first. But yeah,
You
My
know what?
question-
No answer. He's gonna give us our goddamn answers first.
My question is, should we take a quick downtime? Because I would like to talk to Zelda.
you can do that now.
You-
You don't need to socialize to
It
do
was-
that.
Okay. Nataru's gonna turn to Zelda. Take a deep breath and say, "Is there anything I can do anything else I can do to kind of prepare myself for this?" And she holds up her right hand, if it is indeed coming to me.
She sighs. Wisdom is a burden. Prepare yourself to know and understand things you don't want to know and understand.
Nataru is gonna look away and say, "Oil is most likely going to kill my brother for that Triforce."
What I
And
understand It's either going to be Hoyle or you.
Just hope Leneru finds me worthy. Because at this point, I'd like to find a way not to kill him. I would like to find a way for diplomacy, for the way we were when we were young. Carefree. And without a care in the world.
Sometimes the smoothest path is not the most effective one.
I know.
You can ask my family about that.
Nataru is going to place her hand on Zelda's shoulder and say, don't blame yourself for that. Don't make yourself responsible in any way. You were a child when this happened. This is in no way your fault. Know that. You had no hand in this.
Alrighty. And at this point, we have about an hour left, just a little bit more. What do we want to do?
I think we break that token now.
Oh yeah. Ask them a question.
I'm down for
But
that.
out,
Yeah,
we're
these
doing it
guys-
outside the house.
Do we
Yeah,
decide
really.
exactly what question it was going to be?
Where the fuck is Hoyle?
Okay.
Yeah.
Right now, at this very moment. Wording it very specifically. It's right now at this very moment.
Okay.
Oh, I was muted.
Hold on, sorry.
What were you adding to the conversation, Yaddy?
Oh no, I was just
Is
gonna
your-
say I'm gonna break the coin now.
Okay.
Okay.
I would take it out and try and break it with my hands a little bit. It's not working, so I put it in my teeth and yank it.
It shatters, and
Yeah,
you
to
watch
bonk your head a little bit.
the pieces swirl around in the air, and then zoop. And then within moments, you do see. Yeah, you see the familiar shadow descending. As the owl lands and the merchant steps off. I need to make a token
Look
for
at
him.
this fucking guy.
He looks at you and says, "That was quick."
I didn't say it would take long.
Now, remind me one more time what this guy looks like. He looks like Beetle, you said. But
His
didn't you
outfit
say
made
he's-
you think he was Beetle at first.
Okay, so he's not like wearing his skin or anything, right?
What does he look like at this moment in time?
Human.
Okay. so nothing like-
Decidedly unremarkable. Almost as if on
Gotcha.
purpose.
so nothing
Somebody that you would look at and not notice.
Okay. So nothing like off-putting, ominous, or anything like that. Not even in his presence.
Painfully average.
Gotcha.
I was picturing
Intentionally
something like
average.
this.
Similar, yeah. I assume you have a question for me.
We do. Where is Hoyle right now?
You know, I've always wondered, do fairies truly feel sorrow, or is it just another mask they wear? There's something about bottling up divinity's grief that appeals to me. A bottle of great fairy's tears. I'm sure one of them was weeping over something.
Who has money?
Do we need
I-
that, or can we go to the Great
I-
Ferry itself?
No, do you want me to just go to
it's sold
Malamart
at-
and buy
yeah.
a bottle of it?
Yeah, it's sold at Malamart.
I don't have 1,000. I
Oh.
have 800. I need 200 more.
I can give you 200.
Would
Would you allow
would,
me to quickly run to Malamart and come back?
we'll count this as the preparation downtime activity.
Fuck it, yeah. Yeah, there you go. I'm just gonna hold it up.
He takes it, bottle and all.
Mm.
And, interesting that you happen to have this on hand.
I like to stay prepared.
And he puts it back in his giant pack. It disappears among the multitude of things there. As for your question, where else would he be? He's waiting for you, of course. In the Sacred Grove. Fitting place for a reckoning, wouldn't you say? Place where the echoes of the old kingdom still whisper beneath the roots. Where the past lingers, unwilling to die. He knows you'll come. He's counting on it.
We just
I'd
need
wish
to
you
go
luck,
elsewhere
but-
for a while.
What was that?
We just need to go elsewhere for a little while then.
I'd wish you luck, but I suspect that won't be enough. And with that, he is going to hold his arms out. The owl is going to flap his way off the ground, grab his
Bale's
arms.
just gonna wave bye at the owl the entire time.
Okay, so that one frickin'
Okay, well, we
What is
know
it?
where he is now at this very moment.
Sale's gonna go back inside and march her happy ass back here to Ren. She's gonna slowly approach, kind of knock on the frame on this end.
Midna pokes her head out.
Sorry.
Slowly withdraws.
Sorry, Mom. I didn't mean it, Mom.
Ren looks up
Go
at
back
you.
to bed, Mom.
Sorry,
She's-
I didn't bring box wine.
She's kind of sitting on the bed with her back to that back wall with her, just kind of holding her knees.
Right. How are you doing?
Guilty.
Well, don't be. Do what you had to do. I did something similar lately. It was probably the dumbest thing I've ever done, but we learn from our mistakes that way.
What did you do?
I decided, and she just kind of like leans up against the closet thing there, crosses her arms. I decided that it was a smart idea to go 1v1 Hoyle. Yeah, it
Oh. I guess this isn't so bad then.
no.
I'm surprised you're still alive.
Honestly, so am I. But Hoyle was not what I expected.
You know he doesn't want to kill anyone, right?
Yeah, I think I know that now.
He'd rather get what he needs without force.
And that's exactly why we can't go to the Grove right now. Because he's just waiting for us there. And we can't give him these things that he wants. And when we do that, he's going to try to kill us. So I have a question for you. Does he have any other friends? Any more allies that he's been relying on in these parts?
I'm sure he does, but the only ones I know of are a band of Garuda warriors. They're searching for your large friend
shit.
right now.
Do you know where they were last seen?
South? But that was a long time ago. That was before I was transformed. Before Hoyle took my moon pearl.
I see.
They could be anywhere.
Yeah. Everything's apparently so mismatched now.
I don't think he would kill you. Even if you pushed him to the point where he was forced to draw his sword, I don't think he would kill you.
Why? He's not hesitated before.
Because unlike everyone else he's had to slay, all of you are far too valuable.
Valuable. She's gonna kind of sit on this bed across from her. Do tell.
The things that
What
you've
about
done have furthered his goals. And I think he would be under the impression that your current path would continue to aid him. So even if it came to blows, I don't think he would be aiming for fatal strikes. I think he would be aiming to incapacitate you.
Oh, then he'd just take what he wants. We still can't do that.
I mean, unless you really, really pushed him and to the point where he felt his own life was under threat, he would kill you then. But until he considers you a threat, I think he would only incapacitate you.
I don't know which I should be more focused on, the compliment that we're valuable or the insult that
And he doesn't consider you a threat?
yeah, that he doesn't consider us a threat. So all right, well, you've already helped us tremendously, and we all appreciate it. I'm glad that things went smoother than they could have.
It remains to see what consequences these actions will have, but I am ready to face them.
Well, if we can, we'll do whatever we can to help protect you. That's what we do here. We look out for each other.
And she sort of looks down and stays silent.
Come here. She hops off, runs over, and throws her arms around her. I feel like you haven't had one of these for a while.
Alrighty. And with that, we'll go back to the rest of the party down here.
Are we leaving?
You heading out?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Are you using the book or
No
no?
more downtime.
Leaving to go where?
Right.
That was a good point.
Yeah.
Because we can't go to the Grove. He will
He's
near
not
party
gonna-
wipe us.
Is he just gonna sit there and wait until we come
Not
for the fucking sword? Is he gonna fucking face camp this shit?
It's a war of attrition.
He's waiting for a mole to come out.
Yeah, I have an idea.
What is said idea?
He wants the fierce deity power.
Mm-hmm.
I have the direct polar opposite of that.
Which is what?
Majora.
Yeah, but the fierce deity overcame Majora.
Here's Stady Twig.
Oh God! It's
That's
just the
fantastic.
mask with arms and
No,
a propeller.
here's the thing.
Hold on.
Fierce deity has beaten Majora, yes. But if you ever seen the fight, it's a pretty lengthy fight. They're equals. It was a fair fight.
Unless you're Aaron Hansen. Unless
So-
you're Aaron Hansen. you
So
can't
what?
do it.
Stop. So what are you proposing?
I propose I negotiate with offering a chance to get power from Majora.
Because both of you have to be dead for him to have the Triforce of Loss. You crafty bitch.
Oh!
Oh
You
my
then-
God!
crafty
You son of a
bitch.
bitch!
Well,
We
when
swap.
when he gets the Triforce of Lost, would he not come back?
That depends on if he gets it.
In manner of speaking, yes.
Oh,
Do we
there's no
really
way
want
do
a
it.
Do we really want a Majora-powered Hoyle walking around?
That's another
was just
question.
thinking.
No, here's the thing. I want you to consider this.
Okay.
he gets Majora power,
Joy.
wouldn't the power of the Golden Goddess suddenly forsake him?
Ooh.
The Golden
Hasn't
Goddesses
it
are
already?
fucking terrified of Majora.
And then you
Has
would
the
Hasn't
be like,
it
Triforce.
already?
He has.
No, he still has the
the
Triforce of
Triforce of Power.
There's that. Okay.
and
he
then
has the
you would
Triforce
be
of Power.
dead.
I am willing to put myself down to get you guys in up on Hoyle.
All right. Make
A
yourself new
Majora-powered
character, let's go.
Hoyle is an interesting concept.
That's
Majoyals.
terrifying.
But a
I don't think
Triforce of
it's
Power,
a-
a Triforce of Power Zeke is scarier in my opinion.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, but
scary,
Zeke likes us.
but a Majora-powered Hoyle with no inhibitions and no honor.
Yeah, that's terrifying.
Fair point.
We'd be
The thing
dead
is-
already.
Here's the thing: how's he gonna, Vic? If he has the Triforce of Power, how's he gonna get the other Triforce pieces? They're afraid of Majora. That power would avoid him at all costs.
It would stand in the way of his goal.
And
Which
why
means
would he?
everyone
Why would
here
he
becomes
even
a target.
agree? Why would he even agree to the trade at that point?
Why is he
I was
going
gonna
for the
He's going
Fierce
to
Deity
Deity
power?
see
I
through
was gonna
it.
say would the power of Majora even be something that he's interested in?
The thing y'all need to know about Vince is he thrives on intelligent villains.
And here's
Yeah.
You
the
need to
thing.
keep this in mind.
Here's
I wonder
the
what
thing.
Nags has
That's
to
why
say.
I've never
Having
underestimated Hoyle.
played Majora's
We're
Mask,
we're starting to talk over each other again. Just be mindful, please.
having played Majora's Mask, what doesn't ever come into play that entire game?
The Golden Goddesses.
The Golden
Triforce
Goddesses,
dead.
the Triforce. Why the fuck is he searching for the Fierce Deity power?
Because he's dead.
Because this is a non-canon world that mixes Termina and Hyrule and the Twilight Realm.
No,
Hey,
what's
hey,
Nags'
hey,
Fair.
reasoning?
That's fair.
Nobody's going at this from a meta standpoint. Knock it off.
No, that's fine. It's a valid point.
What are you going for, Nags?
Convince Hoyle to die.
Yeah, but can you convince him to do that?
I don't know.
Depending on the
without a check.
circumstances, I might not have to.
I would go with
I
you
might.
to give you the
Get in,
edge.
loser. We're going dying.
Here's the thing. What is Majora? Here's another thing. What does Majora want more than anything?
Souls.
No.
The three
It
golden
wants
goddesses.
it wants the 3 golden goddesses dead.
You right.
If I walk up to Hoyle and open myself up for Majora to devour me, it's gonna target Hoyle too. He's not gonna get the Triforce of Loss. He's gonna get fucking eaten, and then that Triforce is gonna run.
Oh, but what happens to you? If
What
you get
happens to
fully
you?
consumed?
We'll find out, won't we?
That, my friends, is a sacrifice I am willing to make.
Some of you may die.
It is a sacrifice I
I
am willing to make.
willing to give my life to help the party.
Do you even have one at this point, though?
Now, I'm gonna say
I have a
something.
half-life.
Okay.
I'm
What's
gonna
up?
say something.
It's still
here.
not 3.
Let Dragonette talk.
I think I remember Vic saying, because I was afraid of my character dying at one point. He's not gonna party wipe us. He's not gonna kill us and have us make a new character, if I remember correctly. He's gonna have us go to Termina.
That doesn't apply to Asplin, who is A, already in Termina, and B, willingly offering up his life to do so.
Yes, but I feel like Vic is going to find a way to get Asplin back into the story somehow. I don't think he's just gonna be like, okay, we're one and done. Nags is gone.
Yeah, but this is pretty meta though. So
This water is
Poor
very tasty.
mangled
Shut the-
little Deku body.
Yeah, this is very good water.
I am curious to see how this is gonna play out, though.
And before
I
I
wanna
give
pull-
Nags Hoyle's stat block,
If
He
I want
plays as
to,
Hoyle?
No.
I want to piggyback off of Asplin's plan. Say you do get, say Majora eats both of you, or like if something happens to you, Asplin, we can just let whatever happens happen to Hoyle. If anything bad happens to you, I can just recall you back.
well, you recall his action, which
Hang on,
undoes what
hang
happens
on.
to Hoyle.
No, I got you one better, Adam. I still have a clockwork heart.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he still has the clockwork heart.
Son of a bitch.
Oh, nice.
You can object.
Has anyone seen it? Is it orange?
I will kill you. I could feel
I
it.
still have a clockwork heart. I get back up from a death injury as wounded.
There's still an unknown in this plan.
Going tub thumping?
Majora
unknown-
is Majora might not even go with this. But
I mean,
you could
it's fair.
try and contact Majora and get 0 response, and now you're just stuck there.
Majora wants Asplin. I would say Hoyle would be a better trade.
Yes, because Hoyle would not that Aspen doesn't
No
have the
offense.
I
capability.
think I have. No, yeah, here's the thing. I think Majora will answer because it wants the 3 golden goddesses dead.
So what
wants
happens to the
consume
what
them.
happens to the Triforce of Power whenever
It runs.
to where?
One of us.
Away.
The next best person.
Mm-hmm.
You.
So that sort of calls into question: are they physical objects or are they spirit? Because you can have a physical Triforce of something or other.
I consider them artifacts. So yes.
They're physical.
So how do we know it flies to me instead of just drops on the ground as
Well, I
a
guess-
physical golden triangle, and then Majora sees it and just takes it?
Can you be with Asplin? Like, would that work?
No,
You
because
hide?
Zeke is going to
You're-
100% be against this plan.
Asplin would know.
A better plan.
Well, Asplin would know that if Majora could interact with this plane of existence, he already would have. It already would have.
Yep.
So, being able to reach out and touch something in the physical world that is not Asplin, or that is not linked to Asplin, probably is not going to be able to happen.
But let's keep this in mind. If we go this route and Asplin is overtaken, we're going to have a boss fight on our hands. I guarantee it.
You're gonna like the way you look. I guarantee it.
I have a clockwork heart and I have 2 moon pearls.
To Mern
I mean, it's
Perry.
fair. You do have moon pearls. I forgot about that.
I hate it. So, what are we doing?
If anybody can come up with a better plan, I am all ears.
I can't.
I'm good
not.
with it. I'm good with whatever. You guys talk that out because I'm not sure if Zeke likes the plan or not.
Oh no, Zeke is definitely not with this plan.
What
Well,
does Zeke
what
want to
is
do?
your plan then?
What do you want to do?
Literally anything but this.
We
Okay.
need something. We can't just sit here for the
Offer
rest
an
of the
Can you
night.
alternate.
propose something?
What's your idea? What do you want to do?
I had something else I wanted to do a while back, but we've gone through so much lore and questions and plans and talking, I've forgotten what it is by now.
Do
So,
you-
I mean, I guess...
Do you remember
the
where
only
in the
thing he
world
would,
that you wanted to go? Or
um,
San Diego.
no. I mean, the only thing he would do, aside from go, is stay at the Forge House, I guess, if everybody else is leaving, but that's no fun, so I guess I'll just have him tag along to witness the chaos. Just because he disagrees with the plan doesn't mean he has to stay home out of spite in case they get into actual trouble.
I
Right.
asked this only because I am genuinely concerned. Is this what Zeke would do or what Yadi would do?
This is what Zeke would not go along with this plan, but if everybody
Okay,
else is
I
going,
just gotta clarify because I get worried about that.
I mean, also, I also severely dislike this plan, but this in line with both of us this time. I don't have an alternative though, so
right, because
I'm
stay in the Forge
trying to
House for
think.
the rest of the campaign isn't really an option. So
well, I mean, there's a whole world out there to go
Right.
see.
that's why I was asking if was there something else that Zeke might have set his sights on as a goal that he wanted to accomplish that would be an alternative to going to the Sacred Grove right now.
Yeah, because we've got
Not-
options still.
Not that is unlockable at the moment. No.
Okay.
The perspective right now is that we've spent all this time playing devil's advocate to each other. This is the first actual plan that people like that has solid like workings within it. If
Okay.
we go around talking like, oh yeah, but what about this? What about this? We'll never be able to come to a decision. So right now, this is the only plan that's like sort of available.
Only
to
thing
us.
that's solid, right?
It's fair.
So I'd say like we just suit up and go for it.
You do. Anybody who's
I-
socialized still has that extra heart too. So, go ahead. Sorry, Amanda.
It's okay. I wanted to ask, maybe on a broader spectrum, so we can kind of get an idea. Besides obtaining the Triforce of Power, what is Zeke's mission? What is his motive? Why is he here? What does he hope to achieve? And what
His
steps can he
original-
take towards it?
His original motive was just to get out and like see the world outside his little warrior village, and then all this shit happened.
So adventure. Adventure
That's
was
kind
your
of
goal.
a theme with us. We all got
Experience.
thrust into
Oh
this shit.
God!
We'll go adventure.
Oh, butthole sniff adventure.
Right there.
Friend Dan.
So, is that the consensus? Are you portaling into the Sacred Grove?
Or we want to walk there.
If you walk there, you're gonna have to go
So
through the
that-
maze.
If we walk
we-
there, we have to bring Saria to get us through, and I'm not putting her in danger.
One
to be
does not
fair,
simply walk
Lynn-
there, okay?
If we portal in, we have an escape rope to get out if things go south.
That's
This
true.
is true.
We do.
It's like a pocket-sized dimension door.
Yeah, but
Hell
he's
yeah.
gonna head
That's why-
straight
that's why
here
I wanna-
afterward.
Yeah, and it's gonna take him longer. We have time
Idea.
to call
Hang on.
Pioneer.
Before we jump in and do this, should we figure out a possible relocation first?
We
Because
already
I
have one in
know.
the sanctuary.
Back up to the
Sa-
backup.
The Aganu's cave near the sanctuary.
Okay.
Does Hoyle know about these places and
Actually,
or
yeah.
our plan?
That's the reason I was
You
asking.
don't know?
Is because
I don't know if it matters. Hoyle will just go to the ends of the earth to find you people.
I also still have the
Including
other the flip side of Zayla's Dreamer coin.
yeah.
So
Oh God!
So this is going to probably go horribly, but I can't wait to see what happens.
well,
Hoyle
we'll
needs-
see. All right,
We're doing it.
time to take action. What are we doing?
Going to the Sacred Grove.
That's where I'm hopping in the book.
Fuck me.
No.
Wait. Wait.
No
Did-
waiting, we're going.
What?
No. Do we want to bring someone with us who we think
Fuck no.
would contribute to the fight?
What about Princess
No.
Holy Fuck?
God damn it!
Oh my
Well,
god.
She and Link are prime targets for him.
Okay,
Well,
you know what, you're
I'm-
right.
I'm more thinking about someone like maybe Lana or
Tora?
I don't want to put Tora in the line of fire just yet.
Anybody you bring is gonna be in danger.
That's fair.
Say,
Especially
don't bring
considering
anybody
don't
just
endanger
limit it to
anyone.
us.
The objective here is also not to fight, but to sick a god on him. So if
Yeah.
somebody
is true.
charges in out of rage, they'll probably get sucked in too.
All right,
Oh,
so
God, memory. Shit.
and put yourselves right about there. We go. That is way too large.
Yeah.
There's your portal.
Sick.
Wink.
All right, give me just a moment.
Is there enough time to hit a key break?
We got like 45 minutes left in the entire session,
Yeah,
so
we already
Never
called a
mind.
break earlier.
Yeah.
I will.
if you need to step away
Unless we
real
wanna-
quick, you can. But
No, you're good.
Unless we want to go over.
I know Dragonite at the very least is very tired,
Oh yeah.
so we.
Okay.
All right. So, the forest is watching. The trees stretch high, their ancient limbs curling into the mist. No birds sing. No insects chirp. The air is still, stifling, as though the very world is holding its breath. The heart of the grove, the Master Sword waits. And next to it stands Captain Hoyle. He doesn't speak immediately. He doesn't even look at you. One hand folded neatly behind his back, the other Tracing absently along the hilt of the sword, fingers barely brushing the metal. The gesture is reverent, almost intimate. At last he speaks. I had hoped this moment would feel different. I imagined relief, triumph even. Now that I stand here, with my hand upon destiny itself, all I feel is impatience. He turns to you. The shift is subtle, but the effect is instant. A storm closing in, the weight of a predator's gaze settling onto its prey. You have something I need. You will give it to me. Not because you wish to, not because I have asked you kindly. You will give me the pendants, because if you do not, I will take them. I do not enjoy unnecessary suffering. You have all been remarkably cooperative up until now. You show forethought, understanding, critical thinking, and you seem to have the best interests of this world at heart. And for these reasons, I have no particular desire to spill your blood on this sacred ground. But I will.
Hey, Vic.
Yeah?
I'm gonna put the Ganon mask on and
Okay.
I'm gonna start in my head, just start casually talking to Majora in the event it's listening.
Hey, demons, it's
I
me.
will
It's your
have
boy.
you roll
Yes, you will.
aura.
It's me, you boy.
Can I give
Bruh.
him an edge
How?
somehow? Is it
You have no
possible?
connection to it, Majora.
Respecting ritual and tradition.
It's ritual and tradition, not religion and
Oh.
tradition.
That is a fail, isn't it? 10
That's a
aura?
pass.
No, he had a
aura.
13. Yep.
I have 10. Yeah.
Okay. He holds his
Nice.
hand out. He is waiting for your decision.
Vic,
What?
if Majora's not gonna listen to me casually mentioning it, I'm gonna start using the Triforce. I'll channel through this fucking Triforce. I have mana.
The more you channel, the sooner you go mad.
God damn it. So is everybody just gonna stand there in silence, or is somebody gonna answer him?
I'm gonna.
Oh god. You don't have one of the pendants, do you?
Oh no, I don't.
Good.
I'm just gonna step up and just be like,
Fucking give him what he wants.
So you've attempted the roll once and failed.
he's just Aspen's just gonna be like, what exactly do you hope to get out of chasing other powers than the Triforce?
The ultimate goal is the Triforce itself.
That's not the question I asked.
Right now you are in no position to ask. I will only ask one more time. The pendants. Now.
Vic, would you allow me to use the Triforce to actually fucking call Majora?
You can try. You can roll aura again.
Thanks, Matt.
You just have to keep stalling.
There will be no stalling after this. And that is a fail.
Oh, he.
Oh, is there anything I can give you?
He is going
let me
to
see.
step forward
Oh, the hell?
and say,
How did-
"Oh,
Yeah, how did that happen?
That's a map. Hang on.
disappointing. I had hoped you would see reason, that you would understand this is not a contest of wills. not a test of courage, not an opportunity to prove yourselves. This is inevitability. Perhaps you think that if you stand your ground, I will yield. That if you resist, fate will reward your defiance.
Vince,
What?
I redo Asplin's roll. He rolls it again.
With what?
Recall.
Okay, so you've undone his action.
I've undone it, and he gets to re-roll it again.
Let me look at that real quick.
Also, how do we know Majora's gonna save us?
Yeah,
We
so you
don't.
rewind,
Exactly.
you rewind an object and negate the result of the last action that was taken with it. Doesn't allow him to do it again.
You said, hey,
But if I negate it, then it never happened.
Right.
So he can still try again.
I see what he, I
It
see what
doesn't.
he's,
it doesn't rewind time.
I see
Is
what
it-
he's saying. I see what he's saying. I'd still have to make
Like
a
Hoyle is
roll in
still
another turn.
speaking. You've only rewound Asplin, is what I'm saying. Like he's already lost his patience at this point.
It's fine, Dan. It's fine.
So
it's
I'm
fine.
going to.
Gotcha,
I'm
okay.
going to step forward and take the pendant from around my neck and
I'll do
hold
it.
it in my hand to distract Hoyle with conversation, so Asplin can roll again.
so you're gonna give him time.
Yes.
Okay, what do you
And,
say?
Why do you need the pendants for the Master Sword? What do you want to do with the Master Sword?
He looks at you and says, "The Triforce of Courage. I intend to take it. I care not for the sword. You can keep the sword after I'm done. And that, Asplin, is going to give you enough time to roll again."
On fingers crossed. Go, Mojo, Jojo. Yes.
Oh, critical
No,
success.
hang on. Critical success.
Special
That
success.
whole thing was just a
And I want you
countdown.
to, Vic. I want you to take a close look at that dice. You see that color? It's black and white.
Mm-hmm.
I swapped dice for this. I'm using my Majora die.
Alrighty.
Woohoo.
You can feel the tickle of
the
dark
prickle.
power. And it's almost as if there is a short chuckle.
Yeah, I hope it's looking through my eyes. I'm just tempting it with the fact that there's a Triforce wielder in front of it.
There's a
So
Hoyle.
it's gonna take a step back.
Asplin,
Yeah, hang on. I forgot to bring myself up a size. Sorry.
there is a cracking noise as your hand begins to wrench itself to the side, outside of your control.
What have you done?
Your hand begins to spasm as it forces you to put your palm up. Any reaction?
Gonna look at it, look at Hoyle. And Asplin's. Vic, if you allow me, since I'm already in the process of breaking, I just want a very uncomfortably sickening smile to crack across Asplin's face. Kind of like a jack-o'-lantern, you know?
I love that.
You see him squint. And it is at this point that I'm going to use the flip side of Zayla's Dreamer.
Oh boy.
Something appears in your hand, Asplin, and the connection snaps.
Oh, what did I just take?
A second spiritual stone.
Oh boy, max MP plus 5.
Mhm.
Oh, buddy.
So Majora said,
Hoyle,
"Bitch, please."
Hoyle sighs. It's as if he laughed and said, "Go play."
Hold my opal.
Hoyle sighs. Says, you believe you have a choice. You don't. He rolls his neck once, twice. I want you to understand something. I am not angry. I am not offended. I expected this, truly. He raises his hand and the Triforce of Power ignites. I want you to know that I will remember you. Not as enemies. Not blinded by misguided defiance. But as those with good hearts who simply could not understand. The battle begins.
Fuck, we're
Whose
squaring up
turn
with
is
this
it? Player
asshole
turn?
already.
No, not this time.
Oh, that's fine. I'll wait.
I need to pull up. I should have done this earlier. Oh, I don't even need that up.
Why did the little speech make me want to cry?
Okay, if we're doing a battle, I gotta piss real
Oh yeah, go for it. If you need to take a
run.
short break,
quick. Turn first.
we may run slightly over.
I'm all for that if anyone else is.
I'm down.
Something just happened online, and I am very pissed off now. So I'm gonna take it out in this fight.
Do it! I mean,
No,
RP is
somebody
therapy.
tried to dox me. I'm not happy.
Oh, that's not good. Ew.
Shit.
Okay.
Alright,
And they
good.
failed. But there's still
All
All right,
Like
let's
that
let's keep that off the recording, please. Remember where we are and what we're doing.
Yep.
Just pick up this. And I need
Ooh, I really do not want to do this fight. I do not want to square up against him.
down, down, down. There it is.
Get into it. For the sake of the map, let me get into the battle area instead of
Yep.
in between the two.
Yep. Okay. I now have everything I need. All right. Alrighty. I am not going to be able to use that at all. Okay. All right.
God, I listen to this song so much.
All right. So, without his sword drawn, Hoyle is fast. He's going to move 2 areas. First thing he's doing is using a combat trick against Zeke. He is going to attempt to topple you and disarm you. This will be a might check. Because of the Triforce of Power, he has supernatural might, so this will be with an edge. And that will be a success. So Zeke, he's
Mine's
going...
also a success.
I said a check, not a contest.
Oh, that's right.
So what he's going to do is he's going to rush in, and he is going to get his hands on both sides, like between your hands and below the hand on the haft of your weapon, and sort of Aikido roll you over. He now has your weapon. With his second action point, you are toppled. He's going to make an attack against Nataru and Zelda because you have an arc weapon. That will be a 19 to hit.
I am medicated and ready to go.
Okay.
Yeah, that hit.
So, you believe that his base attack bonus is 7, so that's 26 to hit, which would be extra damage. Each of you take 2 hearts of damage. And with his
Well,
last... Yeah, Nataru and Zelda will take 2 hearts of damage. With his last... Actually...
May I ask a question?
yes.
What is he doing to attack us? I missed that part.
He disarmed Zeke and is now using Zeke's weapon against you.
Lovely. Let me check a thing real quick. That is not how you spell that. Well, where are you? There it is. Gotcha. So at this point, I would like to use my new ability,
Okay.
being Momentary Fortress.
Okay.
And as he swings, she's just gonna hold up her hand and summon up a calamity barrier around
Okay.
us.
As far as I know, that covers the entire battlefield area. Yes.
Ooh, that's a good point. He's in the battlefield area.
Yeah.
Never mind. Does not work. Noted. Let me double check.
Okay,
this
so
real
this is
quick.
during a fight, you can use the fortress to attempt to block one inbound physical or magical attack against you each turn.
Okay.
So you have, I do believe you have to summon it as an action on your turn, and then you can use it to block
on the
each
enemy
turn.
turn.
Okay,
You can use the enemy, use it on the enemy's turn, but it uses my turn the next one around.
gotcha. Okay. Okay, if the attack targets a battlefield area like a magic blast, then everyone in the same area as you benefits from the fortress, including foes. So yes, you can summon it and use it to attempt to block. It will be your insight versus his might to block.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so you don't get your action on your next turn, but you'll have it on and you'll have your movement.
Gotcha.
And I don't see. I think that's just for the rest of combat. Anytime you get attacked, you can just roll a contest to see if you even take the damage.
Does it?
I'm not seeing. It doesn't list when it ends. Wait, hold on.
That sounds
Here
kind
it
of
is.
broken. Okay.
Okay, so if it's a success, the attack is blocked or dissipated by the wall of impenetrable light. If it's a failure, the light shatters like glass and the fortress cannot be used again for 12 hours. So your insight versus his might if you want to do that for yourself.
So I. Yeah, screw it. I'll do it.
Okay,
Come on. And that was insight versus. Yes, okay. Damn, why couldn't it be guns? Or grit, rather. Okay. That is legitimate one.
he has an edge on might contests and rolls and checks and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I just rolled a double net 20.
No
Oh, so Zayla's
fucking
dead.
way.
You double failed.
So Zayla, you've negated that attack on yourself. Nataru still takes the 2 hearts of damage. And with
Fun.
his last point,
Jesus,
Alright.
3 actions.
yes, it is an ability called Legendary Tactician. Actually, he's gonna save his last point and still holding Zeke's weapon. Party turn.
Hey,
Can
Vic.
I have somebody restrain him or attempt
Oh,
to
Oh, I got you.
without
yeah,
using
got you.
ice? Without using
got
ice.
I know. Let's see. So first
He has the
off,
other one.
Bruce is
He
gonna
has the
move
other
over
one
there.
that doesn't use ice.
Let's see. Adam's gonna move there with him, and then before he moves anymore, I'm going to use let's see, Girahim. Let's see.
Good old Girahim. Okay.
4 succeed, so he is restrained.
Okay, so the chains come up and he is restrained.
And by the way, if he tries to escape or break the chain, he does take 1 damage of 1 heart.
1 heart of damage every time he attempts it, right?
All right. Yep. And then
So now-
Marlo is going to throw me into the next square, and then I'm going to use the rest of my movement to move up here.
Okay.
Now I'm going to try and slip behind him
Okay.
and take the Begoran sword from him.
Ooh,
Okay.
Weapon switch.
He is going to use Golden Resilience. He is going to use an action to end an ailment on himself instead of rolling or using a turn. He's still going to take the 1 heart of damage, but he's going to break the chains.
Yep, that's fine.
That is his last action point. So
Yeah, hey Vic.
yes,
He has a shadow. He's
He
a
does.
person.
he does.
I'm gonna use my Sage's shadow puppet that I get from Grim Edge without a contest.
Hoyle has supernatural will. He can't be subject to an effect that controls him. So I'll allow you to walk
Okay,
that
that's
back.
fine.
Okay.
No, that's fine.
So let's resolve Zeke and Captain Hoyle real quick. Are you still, as he breaks out, are you still trying to take the Bigoron sword from him?
Unless somebody else wants to try and restrain him as well and use up their action for that, then yeah, I'll go for it.
I could try.
Hmm.
It's
I have
grit
an
or
idea.
might.
What are you trying to do?
What's your idea?
I mean, I don't have a whole lot of faith that Twig and Nataru and Zayla would have the means to restrain someone as strong as Hoyle.
I have
Yeah,
a
that was
better
my
idea.
thing. Yeah, like
I mean, if
I
it's just
tried.
little wooden devastators, I could just vines. I don't think Twig's that cool though.
No, I have an idea for you, Zeke. Come in here. One battlefield. I'm gonna hit him with Grim Edge.
Okay.
Hit him with Grim Edge. And you hear me out on this, Zeke. Wait, just wait. Question actually, is he currently holding it or is it on his back? Big Goron sword.
He's holding Zeke's weapon. Bigoron sword is on his back.
Okay.
It's
Okay,
in the
good
sheath.
to know. Good to know. If this hits, I'm gonna use sticky fingers and try to take that from him.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay. So that's a miss
Well-
then.
That's a miss, yeah.
Okay.
I tried.
All
fine.
right, on with the plan. Snatch the big sword.
Okay, so this is going to be a might contest. Hoyle has supernatural might, so he gets an edge on this. Okay.
I rolled a 9.
Okay. He rolled a 5 and a 2.
Oh,
So you both succeeded, but yours was higher.
yeah.
I think that succeeds.
Oh boy. Okay.
That's how you ruled it last time.
You
higher
are
of the two
able you're able
successes.
to take the sword out of the sheath, but you do not have the sheath.
Okay. I see what you're putting down.
Hold on.
I can guess why that's important.
Yep. Well, you're about to
Oh,
see
I
because
might
I'm
have
giving
an
you the
idea.
card. Now, it is worth noting that Hoyle's version of the Big Goron sword is infused with a wonder drop. It has an extra heart base damage. It does 3 hearts base
Oh
damage.
shit.
Wow.
Yeah.
You don't need the sheath rolls, just hit him.
May I offer something? Because I haven't gone yet.
What are you doing?
Can I forgot to mention this, but the moment I summoned my Heart's Blade, I used Radiant Blade.
Okay.
And I'm gonna use Slice of Light, see if I can sever the harness. Sever the
Sheath.
what the heck is it called? The sheath from him and have it fall.
Okay. That will be your abilities use grit, right?
I have no idea what this uses.
No, I'm saying your abilities overall make you roll grit, right? Most of your abilities?
What's the name of the ability?
Aura, I think.
Is it aura? Okay.
Actually,
So then roll me aura versus his deftness.
Okay. Here we go. And no, like, additions. So that's a 5.
Ooh.
He rolled a 17.
Wow.
His deftness is 18. So he did succeed.
Oh, damn.
Oh.
So just
the guy.
barely he dodges that shit. I like that though. That was a good thought.
Is he sucking
Yeah.
at me?
Because if you get the sheath, you'll be able to use Counter Slash and Setsuna, but you won't be able to use Mortal Draw since the blade has been drawn during the fight. Really interesting strategy. Twig, anything you want to do?
I don't know that there's anything I can do. He's not.
Yeah, ink his face.
He's not weak to light. That's all that
Wouldn't
does is.
blind him.
You can you can
No,
also
it would make
use
him
actions like the
subjective.
defend action to give somebody extra
Like-
defense. You can do all sorts of stuff.
I mean,
It's also worth noting that I'm holding this in one hand with my shield in the
Yeah.
other.
that's
Zeke's already doing something better than Hoyle.
sir.
Being a badass.
Nobody needs my protection except Mom, so I protect Mom.
Okay,
I
so
defend Mom.
Nataru, you have an extra +2 to your defense until the beginning of your next turn.
So that is now 16.
Is that everybody?
I still get my move action, don't I?
You still get movement, yes.
Okay, so
already
in that
moved.
case, gonna zip over here.
Okay. Is it his turn again?
I think so.
All right.
You so.
Wait, who all has the pieces?
Oh, the
You,
medallions?
Zeke, and Nataru.
The pendants. Okay.
All right. All right. So first thing he's gonna do, he's got his 3 points back. He is going to. He's going to attempt to dart in and wrest the Bigoron sword out of your grasp, Zeke. This will be a might contest. Okay.
I rolled a 15.
And okay, you still beat him. So he rolled a 2 and a 13.
That's nice.
Let's
Okay.
go!
So you're contending against somebody who has not only the Triforce of Power, but the Golden Gauntlets, both of which confer supernatural might. And you still won that one.
I'm just
Wait.
picturing Zeke going, you gotta be quicker than that.
Can we talk about how, yeah, can we talk about how
They don't
much
stack.
of a badass it makes Zeke?
Yeah, right? All right.
Zeke, would it be possible to sunder the gauntlets?
Just let Hoyle take his
Hell
turn.
no, I want them
He's going to
shits.
use his
Couldn't we,
second
like-
point. All right. He'll use his second point to make an attack. This is going to be against Asplin and Nataru with Zeke's weapon. That will be a dirty 20.
That hits.
So it'll be 2 hearts
Yeah, that
damage.
hits. Really? Okay, I'm at
I
2.
imagine him
guys.
making a wide swing at all three, and Zeke just like ducks under the swing.
Right. And he is going to
Actually, no.
save
Sorry, borrow blade.
Borrowed Blade. Okay. That's if an attack fails against you.
Oh, right, failed attack. Sorry.
Right.
My bad.
Okay.
I do remember
bad,
that
my
one because
bad.
Archaea has that.
All right, third action.
Okay. He is going to save his third point. Player turn.
I'm gonna try and hit him with Grim Edge again.
Okay.
Don't fuck me, dice. He fucked me, dice. I think let me fucking see what the attack. I forget what the attack bonus on Grim Edge is.
It doesn't have one. You use your native attack bonus.
Oh, then let me combat.
You
That's
always-
14 then.
Yeah, you always have your native attack bonus. Anything that the weapon list is in addition to that.
Yeah, that's
Alright,
that's a 14.
so it's another whiff?
I don't think that hits. Yep.
Okay.
Um,
Who next?
I am going to come forward a bit. I'm going to summon Impa.
Okay.
That's a 1. She comes out.
Okay.
What's Hoyle's attack bonus?
She will have a +7 to attack.
Nice.
Whoa!
That is a 26.
That's going to hit. He's going to use Tactician Sidestep, and he's going to lean
Yep.
out of it.
That's fine.
I'm gonna follow this.
Does that
up
take
by
an action
hitting
point, by
him.
the way?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna follow that up with hitting with Hocus Pox.
Oh, okay.
No, wait. Let me check the range. One
Yeah.
battlefield away. So I'm going to bloop and hit him with Hocus Pox.
Okay.
And that is Insight versus Grit, I believe.
Insight versus
Yes.
Grit.
And
All right.
I really expect him to have a super high grit, but I'm hoping the gods
He
are
rolled
good
a
night.
6. What did you roll?
And a 2.
Okay. It was a success, so he did succeed then.
Are we aiming to
Yeah.
kill or just incapacitate?
Incapacitate.
No, we're aiming to kill. He's not getting back up.
Yeah, Zeke is aiming to kill.
Okay.
I thought she was asking for like because of an ability. I thought.
No. Like
No, we're
overall,
asking for
your
mana.
intentions with Hoyle.
We're
Yeah.
killing Hoyle.
Okay, who's next?
I'm gonna take a swing at him with the blade, but before I do, having shown that I have the strength to contest his own strength from taking the weapon back, it doesn't have to be this way.
You're right, it doesn't. Hand over the pendants and this will all end.
And I'm taking a swing at him.
Alright. Roll it.
With the +1 from
had-
the sword,
Yes. So you get a +1
That is-
on top of your native attack bonus.
that is a 29.
Okay, that's gonna hit. And you're gonna see as you force
That's 3
him.
hearts.
That's
Yeah,
5 hearts.
Oh, because of Zeke's shit. Zeke
Oh,
gets
wait.
bonus hearts on hit.
What did you say? So this is 2?
It's-
No, it's
It's
4.
it's 3 hearts and then plus the extra damage is 4 hearts. Okay, so that takes him down. Okay, so he is going to just as he leans out of the way, just you cut off a lock of hair. The strike is that close, and as he kind of stumbles
have-
back. But
Okay, so then while he's stumbling, I'm gonna use Slice of Light again.
okay,
And I gotta remember how to do
aura
this.
versus
It's-
deafness again.
It's
You're
not-
trying to use the same thing twice, so
Wait.
it's going to be diminishing returns.
Isn't it attack? So I would do.
Are you rolling an
just a-
attack
a
roll,
short
or?
roll. Yeah.
Okay, so if you're rolling to hit him and not something like specific like a combat trick, yeah,
no,
just
I'm
roll an
rolling
attack
to
roll.
hit him.
Yeah.
So +5. That's 15. I don't think that worked.
That will
No.
miss.
I didn't think it would.
All right.
This is an uphill battle, but I think it's doable.
You guys have really good strategy going on.
We just
Okay.
can't run. Like that's the thing. We can't run.
Yeah,
You have a
just
portal
try
right
this out.
here.
Rather just natively
no, he'll
dodged
follow
a
us.
29.
That's some good shit. All right.
Use an action point.
What now?
No, because he used his saved action point to dodge Miyabi.
No, that didn't take an action point.
No, that was tactician's sidestep. That did not take a point. So he still has
Can
one.
I
I
distract
think he
him?
used a point to dodge you.
Can I distract him next time he attempts to dodge?
You've already taken an action this turn.
I know, but like next turn when
You
we're
can ready an
going
action for the following turn if you want.
on Zeke's
That's what
attack.
she was asking.
Okay, so we'll get to that when we get to the next action.
Okay,
Yeah. So if you want to ready an action to tandem with somebody, you can absolutely do that.
that's what I'm doing. Yeah.
Okay. Does that bring it back to Hoyle's turn?
Seems like it.
Okay. Points do not accumulate, so he's back to 3. That last point was wasted.
Nice.
All right.
Wait, so he didn't use a point to dodge my
No.
hit? He just did it?
It will all become clear later.
I'm guessing he
Okay.
has the sidestep ability from the sneak, and once
So-
we're combat, he can just do it.
He is going to. Wait, Zeke, did you ever use your turn to get back up? Because you were toppled that first round. I completely
Oh, shit,
forgot.
I was.
That's okay. That's
I
on
did
me.
too.
That's on me. I forgot.
Everything that's already happened has happened.
It's
Don't take it
happened.
Back now.
Unless Adam wants to rewind it for me.
No, take that.
No.
That's right.
Don't you
It's okay. I've already also used the Dreamer, so I can't use that either. So what he's gonna do is he is going to he's gonna feint, so that way Zeke, you're tempted to block. He's gonna kind of like just for flavor reposition behind. The first action point he's gonna do is he's gonna make a strike with your weapon, Zeke, against Asplin and Impa. That is going to be. That's only going to be a 12.
That is exactly what you need to hit Miyabi. So
Oh, okay.
that's fine. That's fine. She did her job.
That misses Asplin as well. So borrowed blade does work here if you want to use it.
Yep, I need to make a deafness check, and I need to Zeke, you're tanky. You won't get hurt by this.
Just roll high on your save.
That's a successful deafness check for
Okay,
me.
the attack roll is a 12, which does not beat Zeke's armor, so Zeke, you're able to just deflect that.
It does not beat mine either.
Yeah, well, he wasn't targeting you.
What? What is happening?
Oh, I thought it was.
So Asplin
Barblade-
redirected Hoyle's failed attack onto Zeke, and the attack is now wasted because it doesn't beat your defense bonus.
But I have,
Oh,
to
no, I
have
get it,
somebody.
sorry.
I have to have somebody to redirect it into, so I'm gonna pick the tankiest motherfucker here if it's a low roll.
Why
I thought you were
redirect it
just
at
attacking
all
with
if
a
it-
weapon. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I have
true,
to
yeah.
redirect it. That's how borrowed blade.
But you
works. I
didn't.
have
He's
to
saying you didn't
redirect
need to since it missed anyway. The result is still the same. Nobody gets hit.
it. Called flavor, motherfucker.
Okay.
Okay, for flavor. There we go. That's fine.
Ting ting.
I just picture Asplin jumping into the way of the weapon that would have missed in order to redirect it and hit me for no reason.
I keep him on the toes.
Hoyle is then going to use a combat trick to hip toss Nataru. He is going to move you and topple you into this area. It will be a
That's perfectly fine.
huh?
So that's perfectly fine if he can attempt that.
He is going to that will be a might check on his part. That will be a success, so you will be in this battlefield area and toppled.
Oh,
You'll have to use your turn to get back up, unless you want to do whatever you're doing on your back.
I'm gonna do that on my back.
And he is going to whip Zeke's weapon around, and with his last action point, he's going to take a stance that looks remarkably Sheikah-like. Player turn.
Lovely. A Sheikah stance.
All right, Zeke, on your attack, I'm gonna distract him. I'm literally gonna yell, "Hey, over here, asshole!"
Okay, so that's an attack assist. That's a straight up +2.
Okay,
Hey, ass butt.
yeah, pretty much.
You know what?
Yes.
Hang on. I would also like to assist. I want to feint a swipe at him.
Okay, so that is a +4 for Zeke.
You got this, Zeke.
I think you guys are forgetting about this stance.
This might be counter fang.
Actually, no, you're right. Never mind. Roll mine back.
I am going to
Is
take
it?
a step forward. I'm going to test it right now. I'm going to
Use
test
that comment.
I'm going to
I'll
summon
let you test
Bushi. I'm going to summon Bushi or attempt to.
Or you could summon Girahim to restrain him out of the stance.
Well, I want to do damage. Ew. Let me do my thing. Okay. Bushi's gonna come in. She has a +7.
Okay,
That's a 25.
25. Taxation sidestep. He's going to dodge it. That does activate counter fang. He is going to get a return stroke,
You knew it. Yes.
and that's a 13 to hit.
13 to hit. Yep,
No
that's fine.
way.
All right.
And I'm gonna come back. Yep, it's counter fang. So use other things to try and attack him. Or
Actually,
like,
is he still in the stance?
He's in the stance
does
until
that
the
even
beginning of
mean?
his next turn.
yeah,
Alright,
this-
I'm going to attack then.
Okay.
Are we still doing the +4 or just the +2 from Nataru?
If it depends on what they're doing. Only Adam has acted so far.
Actually,
I'm going to have Marlo defend Adam and give him a +2 to defense.
Okay.
Without
I'm trying to figure out
mentioning
what I
it.
can do here. Cause could I technically? Cause in this form, I have the lash and arc weapon. I had to think about it. Can I throw out my weapon, have it wrap around his foot and restrain one foot, kind of topple him from
You can
down
attempt to.
where I am? All right, I'm gonna try that.
Are you trying to restrain him or are you trying to topple him? You need to choose one.
I'm gonna try and topple him, see if
Okay.
he can get a better strike.
Okay.
And that
Keep
is
in
a-
mind, he does get a free attack on you because counterfang does not limit to
know.
one. Okay,
I'm
all right.
willing.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a combat trick. I'm going to have you roll deafness versus his
Okay.
grit for this.
Yeah, it's my deafness. That
All
is
right, and
my
he rolled a
deafness.
6 for grit, which is a success, but yours is higher. So you are going to topple him. So any
Okay.
attacks against him will have an edge.
Oh shit.
And he has no points, so he can't use golden resilience either.
Okay, so that's
So he's technically
No.
no longer in the stance.
He's still in the stance, yes.
Oh, okay.
But the attacks are just... And if he attacks from toppled, he has a snag.
Okay.
So this is with no bonuses from the team.
No. You're going to get an edge, though,
Oh yeah.
because he's toppled.
Oh my god. Okay, that's 28.
All right, that's a hit. He is not standing, so he can't use Tactician Sidestep. You're going to see him kind of almost panic roll as the thing, like, you catch the back of his uniform. The strike is that close.
Okay, I'm starting to think this is not a fight we can win.
However, you do notice that he did not benefit from the free attack from Counterfang stance,
Interesting.
which means the attack was successful. Oh, you got a message.
We did
Was it?
hit him.
You're wearing down his stamina. That's what his hearts are measured in, his stamina.
Oh.
So it is a war of attrition. Okay.
Keep laying into him. I guess.
Hearts are not always direct physical damage.
Yeah,
They can be
war of
willpower,
attrition, I'll hit
they can
him.
be
See, that's what
stamina.
I love
they can,
about it.
Yeah.
You said it's an edge on hitting him while he's toppled?
Yes.
Okay. I'll wait till he's done looking at messages so he can he have attention for a fight.
That is interesting. I didn't think about that.
What the fuck did you just suggest to him? Oh, I'm afraid.
I'm gonna say yes on that.
Idea.
I'm gonna say yes on that.
Okay.
That's clever.
Is it feasible to
Yes.
manage all three or just the one?
You would have to collect them first.
I would. And I can't do that without being noticed.
Right. So at this point, what's everybody doing?
I'm gonna hit him.
Who needs to
I'm
act?
gonna
Who's
hit him.
still?
He-
Okay.
I'm
Do you have
gonna
an
hit
edge
him.
on the?
He's
You have an edge on the roll.
still? Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay.
Oh.
That's a 23.
That is going to be what? 2 hearts of damage? 3 hearts of damage?
That's gonna. No. Let me make sure. Let me check the sword first. Hang on.
Yeah, it helps to read the things you're going to use before you use
No,
it.
I'm just checking. It's the extra damage number. It's
Yeah. It's always
'cause
yeah.
I'm also gonna spend 2 HP from the Ganon mask to make that 5 hearts.
Okay. So you as you just wing this thing downward, again, like the strike is so close that it shears off one of his pauldrons as he rolls.
I just Doriad'd this motherfucker.
All right. Zayla, I think, and Twig still need to act.
man.
Due to him, what you were going to do to Rin.
I'm going to attack the Wrath Bowl, because that's technically a ranged attack.
Right.
On. I don't think that's gonna hit. Because my attack is that's
Is that a
plus
miss?
2, so yeah, it's a miss.
Okay.
So I don't get a
So Counterfang will activate. He has an arc lash weapon, so he can reach you. But he's gonna have to roll the attack with a snag.
Cool. I'm gonna use Momentary Fortress.
Okay, never mind then. Tink. Oh wait, you still have to roll it, don't you?
Yeah, it's still the opposed check.
Well, you may not have to because that is a total of a 10 to attack with the snag.
Oh.
So I think.
Defense.
What's your defense?
Don't tell me you
I'm
came
trying
into a
to
fight
find
with
it.
Hoyo with a 10 or less defense.
There we go. It is a 12.
Okay, yeah. So the attack just misses you. Is that everybody?
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone.
Yeah.
Okay. On Hoyle's turn, he gets his 3 action points. He is going to use Golden Resilience to airburst himself up off of Toppled without using his whole turn. With his... He looks around at all of you. And he activates the Triforce of Power's innate power trait. as 4 weapons, 4 crystal weapons. Excuse me, I need that up. I need more screens. There we go. You see a mighty weapon, an arc weapon, a lash weapon, and a drawn weapon spawn behind him. And with the power of the Triforce of Power, he is allowed to make 1 attack with each of those as a single action, once per adventure.
Man just summoned an Armiger? What the fuck?
That's what Triforce of Power is.
We may have one, but we have a Zeke.
So,
Well,
We have a Hulk.
Zeke's not the Hulk.
I wish he was.
first weapon he's going to use is the lash weapon, and that is going to be against Zayla.
Zeke is not the only target here.
Right. That's going to be a 21 to hit,
That's a hit.
21.
2 hearts of damage.
To a hop. To a
Second one is going to be the drawn weapon at Nataru. That is going to be an 18 to hit.
Okay.
How do reactions work in this game?
How many hearts is that?
If you have an ability that says you can use it on the enemy's turn, you can do it. Otherwise, you have to ready an action on your turn to happen on a trigger. What are you trying to do?
Last time, okay. I was
It's
gonna
1.
jump in the way.
1 heart.
Okay.
The next one he's going to use will be the arc weapon against Zeke and Asplin. That's going to be a 15 to hit.
Ow.
I think that only hits Asplin, so that's going to be 1 heart of damage.
That's not gonna be. I would like to make a deftness check with a Kawarimi.
Oh, okay.
And
You're gonna
attempt
rip off your outfit.
Attempt to shed my extreme heat outfit.
Okay.
Let me make that deftness check. I think I succeed.
That's a success. Okay.
He hits my shirt instead.
Yeah, you disappear in a poof as the tunic gets shredded, and you appear a couple feet away.
That's awesome.
I love that. That's such a cool ability. And the last one is the
Remember that
mighty
scene
weapon.
in Baki, where Oliva jumps out of his tux.
The last one is the mighty weapon, and he's going for Zeke with this one. That's going to be a 22 to hit.
Parry.
Oh, nice. All right. All right. So that was his second action point. And with the third action point, what can he do here?
By the way, Vic, I sent you a thing in Discord.
Okay. With his third action point, he is again going to attempt to topple you and wrest the sword from your grasp. That is diminishing return, so that's going to cancel out the supernatural might. It's just going to be a might check on his part. That is a success, so you will be toppled. He will have the bigger on sword, but he is going to be forced to drop your weapon. Because he's not large.
Can I leverage my grasping tresses to remain standing?
Roll me deafness.
5.
Okay. You remain standing, but your weapon has fallen to the ground, and he is now holding the big Oron sword unsheathed. He is going to take his.
Sages, huh?
He is going to take his last action point to sheathe the sword and hold it sideways across his back. As you see, the scabbard sort of rotates.
I like
gonna
look for
turn.
that.
Player
So-
turn.
Okay,
I'm
mind
gonna
if I take the lead first?
I was gonna ask a question for everybody.
What's your
real
question? Let me read.
quick.
note
Nataru's
two.
gonna get up this turn and use your whole turn.
Okay.
I just
And then
sent you a
next
message.
turn.
Dragonet.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me check that. Oh, let me check.
And take your turn.
Okay, I'm gonna go
That's it.
up.
Oh yeah, that is totally fine. Do it.
Cool.
I'm gonna attempt to
Alright,
summon
done.
Girahim.
Before
That is
that,
Okay.
gonna be a 3.
I
Okay.
think it's a good idea for me and Asplin to move out of this battlefield area.
I'm letting Dan
Okay.
take his turn first.
So now you have discovered his mindfulness trait. Each ailment only works once against toil. The second time he's subjected to an ailment he's already experienced, he adapts and negates it. So as the chains come up, he is going to shift and break them with the golden gauntlets.
Damn.
I will say he's still going to take the heart of damage from it, though.
Yep, he still has to escape from it. So
Right, because it's going to count as a negation as an escape.
Yeah.
So you still get the
just have
damage.
a damaging ability now.
Hey, damage is damage, baby.
Yeah,
Right.
damage is damage.
I would like to invite Nags to read the card for Vigoron's sword.
Oh no, I know that. I was waiting for that. Here's the thing, that wasn't an attack.
No, it wasn't. That was an ability.
Yeah.
Oh, it never hurts to be safe.
I'm going. I am unscarred right now. I don't want to break my fucking record.
Now I'm gonna get out of the battlefield area.
I want to switch to Daring
Actually, you know
Stance
what, no, I'm
Okay.
gonna go here.
to try and do a little roll maneuver.
Okay, what do you need to do?
Roll and pick up my weapon and end up in this battlefield area as well, and then use it to attack him.
As an attack step? Okay, roll the attack. I like it.
Is 22.
All right, so that'll be successful. He'll use a tactician's sidestep to slip the blow. All right, who's next?
I got up, so
You know what? I have a gun. I'll shoot him. Why not?
Okay,
And I could, and because I have that rapid fire module, I can shoot 3 times before I have to reload. But those are all separate turns, so let's see if I hit. That's a 16 plus 5.
okay, so that'll be your extra damage.
21.
You're gonna see as you force him to turn and just barely unsheath
Wait, no,
the blade.
sorry, that'd be a 16 plus 6.
By the way, still
Right.
same narration. You're going to force him to sort of panic block as he turns and unsheaths the blade just a little bit to deflect the bullet. It looks like he's actually starting to breathe hard now. Is that everybody?
Yep.
At this point, oh, did you have something? Did you have something to do? I wasn't sure if Adam had something to do.
Nope, that's fine.
Okay, we're good. At this point, Zayla's going to start charging Eldritch Mana Bomb.
Okay.
Eldritch Explosives.
Okay.
yeah, Eldritch Blast.
Eldritch
Does that take a
Blom.
turn to charge?
Yes, I
Okay.
am cooking the thing.
All right. Does anybody else need to go, or is it his turn?
I think it's his turn.
Leave it his turn.
Twig has
Oh,
not
Twig.
done anything.
Oh,
Twig, want to do
Can
something?
I use my action for a flavor moment?
Flavor.
What do you want to
So
try to
you're
do?
kind of off to the side and unnoticed. So yeah, I'm gonna fucking play my cards here. I'm gonna show everybody what I'm doing. While Hoyle is distracted with Zeke and Zayla, I am going to very gently reach down and shuffle in Nataru's pocket and put the Pendant of Wisdom in my bag with the Pendant of Courage.
Okay. All right.
Nice.
wait, so you're taking it from her?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
Interesting.
High
Okay.
Independence in their factotum pack.
Can I roll insight to see if I notice her doing that?
In my
'Cause
pack.
I have-
Yeah.
I
Roll
have a-
insight.
I have a feeling I see where Twig is going with this.
If you see what I'm doing, I'm gonna wink at you.
I rolled a 20.
Oh, fail.
That's a fail.
All right.
Aw,
That's his turn then, right?
You're fighting Hoyle.
that's true.
Yeah. Takes up a lot of attention.
Okay. So Hoyle is going to move to this battlefield area. Since he started his turn with the blade sheath, he now has Setsuna, which means his attacks target everybody in the same battlefield area.
Okay.
So he's going to hit all of you with this. As he unsheaths the blade and uses Setsuna, that is going to be... Oh, boy. That is going to be a 15.
That hits.
Okay.
By 1.
Yeah.
Okay, so everyone is going to take 3 hearts of damage then, if it hits.
I'm at 0.
Okay? You're rolling an injury?
Kawarimi.
Yep.
Do you have another
Maybe
outfit?
I'm gonna use my. I have armor. I can shed my armor. The armor is not destroyed.
Okay.
The outfit was.
Okay.
The armor.
So
just
your
falls
armor
to
is
the
just going to be
ground.
laying on the ground then.
Yep. Let me roll that deafness. Don't fuck me now.
It's hilarious that you just
Hey.
keep poofing.
Okay.
I poofed again, and there's suddenly just a pile of Twilight Shadowhide there.
Okay.
Substitution
It will
juice.
take an action to pick that up and put that back in your pack.
You want me to roll
so-
an injury, right?
Yeah, you're going to roll an injury. Twig, you took 3 hearts of damage.
Yep.
That's 11.
That's an
That might be
11.
armor crash.
Give me a second and I will look that up.
Oh, I had a bonus heart from an interaction, so I'm only
Okay,
down
still
to
have
11.
one? Okay.
Yeah.
Injury table. 11. That, I am going to need... That is the wounded injury. Your maximum hearts
Okay.
total is reduced by 1 until you receive treatment. Alright, that was his first action. Action point. You guys are doing really well in this fight.
This is very, very genty.
It is. I love it. He is going to use his second point to sheathe the blade again. And he will save his third point. Player turn.
Better put one of those
Can
moon pearls
I-
on, Ashley.
Bill's gonna
Can
walk over this area and just go, "You should be running."
Okay. What you doing?
Can I? Okay. Nataru is going to expend. Let me read. How did I put it? 3 MP to teleport her and Twig up here.
You can teleport one
Oh.
being.
Yeah,
One,
then
one
I'm
creature
going.
you can see. Okay.
Then I'm
That's fine.
going.
I'm here.
And then I would like to call out to the goddesses.
What do you mean?
Need for help.
Just as flavor?
Yeah.
Okay.
See if, well, I really want to see if anything happens.
Well, you've used your action already, so.
Alright, then I'll do that next turn. I'm far
Okay.
enough away.
All right.
Wait, is Nataru over there or Twig?
Nataru.
No,
over there.
Nataru.
Okay.
Nataru moves.
I am over
Um,
places.
Zayla, did you want to do something, or are you waiting for everybody else?
I'm waiting for people who don't want to vaporize to move.
Oh, she's got the spirit bomb, the mana bomb.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait until like everybody's gone to do what I do.
Can I move
Asplin,
then?
but you
Besides-
may want to move out there.
Okay.
Besides
I'm
Zayla.
gonna swing at him
Here we
first.
go.
from here.
Okay.
Oh shit. Okay. You do that.
Right, because you have your lash
That
weapon
is,
back.
22.
All right, so he's going to be forced to use his tactician sidestep, so you burned that.
Zayla or Necro, is the thing that you're about to use affected by anything, or just like it decimates the area?
It acts the same as a bomb.
That is a break
means-
bomb, not a Zelda bomb, by the way.
That means Asplin and Twig should probably move.
No,
Yeah,
we
that's
can find out
that's
what's happening.
that's 8 hearts of damage to the entire battlefield area, I think.
don't do that.
Actually, hold on.
No.
Let me look that up.
That affects it's 8 hearts of damage to any objects classified as less than very hard.
Which human flesh would be less than very hard.
Yeah.
Wait.
Are you
So
saying?
would
Hang on, are
wood.
you saying human flesh is an object?
Vince. Question.
I'm saying in relation to something being called very hard. What? What's your question?
I am a fast character, so I can
Yes.
move 2 battlefield spaces.
Yes.
Would it be feasible for me to move this way and then back?
I can't see what you're doing, whatever you're doing.
I'm going
Left to
over to
right.
where Zeke is,
Here
and
to
then
here.
back over where
Yeah.
Horror is.
Yeah, you can do
that's
that.
what
Bomb's gonna be.
That's what I do a lot. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Blow that bomb. Then we'll
Zeke,
step
yeah,
back in.
I'm gonna step back. I'm going to tug on Zeke's sleeve and reach a hand in his pocket real quick. And then I'm moving back over into the space with the bomb.
Just wave it, Hoyle.
I
Bye.
see what you're doing. Oh my god, I see what you're doing.
Why are you why are you doing this?
You'll find
No.
out.
No,
I took
no,
something from you.
understand it. No,
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 I
yeah,
see, I
yeah.
see the goal
Okay.
here.
Okay, so
This is a
Vince.
All right, you guys do what you're gonna do.
Vince.
Yes.
Is
I've done
ice very
guys,
hard?
you're talking over each other. I need one person at a time. Dan.
Is ice very hard?
Probably. Yeah, I would say ice is very hard.
Okay. Well, if that's the case,
Are you gonna freeze him in place?
well then if I do, if it's considered very hard, then like your bomb doesn't do anything. I think
Does half damage.
I'd rather have him take the full. Okay.
Honestly,
just
just
freeze
do
them
it.
afterwards.
Let's go. Just do it.
No.
Well, let me look. Let me look at the. Let me
I was
look
gonna
at the
say,
ability
like,
real quick.
ice still is breakable, right?
I
Yeah.
wouldn't consider because metal is very hard, and I wouldn't consider
Yeah.
ice as hard as metal.
I'd have to
ice
ask
is
Ronaldo
considered-
on that one. Yeah.
Stone is hard.
I'm still
Okay.
gonna. Okay, you know what? I'll just do it and see where it goes.
Okay. So it works
that-
just like a bomb, which means you're gonna set it in the area, and it takes another turn to detonate, I believe. And then he has to roll a deftness check to see if he's just toppled or if he's toppled, and he takes 8 hearts of damage.
Gaddy, would you allow me to shoot the bomb since you're the harder hitter, and I want you to be doing that damage to Hoyle?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Cool.
All right.
You said-
So it says it detonates at the end of the next round. I don't know if you can hit break bombs. That's another thing I'll have to ask Naldo.
Vic,
Yes.
I've been cooking it.
Yeah.
Oh, you've been
So-
cooking it. Never mind.
So as soon as you set it down.
You should be able to.
I
because
see
I'm
what
pretty
you're
sure-
saying. Because you've already conjured the bomb and you're
Yeah,
holding
I've
it, and then
been
you're gonna throw it.
Kamehamehing
So
over
it.
here.
Okay. Yeah. No. That makes sense.
Because that's what I did with the wall before.
I
Okay.
guess before Aspen and Zayla go, I freeze him. Okay. That's gonna be a 5. Rudo comes out. He's frozen.
Okay.
Didn't we establish that this would hamper the bomb? Did I
Well,
miss
he is
something?
going to be
like-
using Golden Resilience to break out of that immediately with his last action point.
Oh.
All right.
Good.
Yep. All right. He
He
has
made his
nothing.
action point. That's a good thing.
Yep.
Zayla's just
use
gonna
that.
slowly approach and just say, "You will stop," and throw it.
All right. So the bomb's gonna land here. Everybody inside here needs to make a deafness check. And that is a 12 for him. So that is a success, but he will be toppled.
Deafness.
Does he take the damage?
Nope.
Oh.
I
I
rolled
thought
a
for the advanced one, we did half damage on a successful roll, though.
I'm looking at the stat block thing for the bombs on page 178 because it says the ability says that it's supposed to work like a break bomb that's on that page. So if
Wait.
they fail, they take 8 hearts of damage and are toppled. If they success, they're only toppled. That may have been something I didn't know last time.
Break rules,
No,
not
you're-
Zelda rules for this bomb.
Yeah, different bomb.
So I rolled a 13.
So
My
you done
deafness is 10.
you done been blowed up,
I go poof.
and all of the pendants go with you.
That's why it was a good thing,
You
Yeti.
sneaky shit.
There we go. Yeah.
He can't get the pendants because they just disappeared into the ether with
Until
fucking-
battle is over, I cannot come back.
Yeah.
That is not the plan I thought you were going with.
That's
No,
exactly.
it's a
Sneaky shit.
It's a damn good plan, though, isn't it?
I
Does
thought,
anybody-
I thought you were trying to take them and then make your way up to the sword.
No, because I can't come back until the battle's over, which means he's not here.
Yeah.
Oof.
So, he's still toppled. Is anybody else doing anything?
I think I went, didn't I? I
gonna
moved.
shoot
You
him.
did.
Or was that
I'm
last
gonna
turn?
shoot. I'm gonna fucking shoot him.
Okay. You have an edge. Ooh.
Hmm. 16 plus 6 again.
He just barely manages to shift and deflect this one from his position on the ground. He's looking tired. Is that everybody?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. He will use 1 point to use Golden Resilience.
And up he gets.
That wastes an entire point. Okay, he is going to move into this battlefield area because he started his thing with his weapon sheath. He gets access to Setsuna, so this attack hits everybody. So he's going to unsheath an attack. That's going to be a draw attack. That is, oh boy. That is 24 to hit. That is going to
Parry.
parry. Okay. To everyone else, that will be 4 hearts of damage.
Oh,
Oh.
I'm down. I'm taking a.
Injury.
Yeah, let me roll my
Injury,
crit
I guess.
injury. Let's see if Majora says hello.
Shock stalled. Oh wait, no. That might still be shock stalled. Hold on.
I'm pretty sure it's still a shock stalled on
It might
crits.
be. Yeah. Hold on.
I got a wound.
You're wounded? Okay. This is armor crash. And you're not wearing
I'm not
armor,
wearing
so it's
armor.
wounded.
I'm not wearing armor, so what crash?
So it becomes the wounded injury if you're not wearing armor.
I'll take it. Wounded is okay.
Last one's crashing out.
God damn it. Okay, who's next? The sword is now drawn, so he doesn't have his defense bonus from being unarmed, and he doesn't have his speed bonus from being unarmed.
So he's so it's all of us now, right? Or is it?
Oh wait, I'm sorry. So that was move. That was one action point. He did the second action point. He's gonna save his last action point, but the sword is drawn, so he won't be able to use sets on the next turn. Player turn.
Nataru is going to ask either Adam or Groose to defend her while she does this.
I was about to use my actions to get some chips in, so you're on your own.
Okay,
I'm
you can do
sorry.
that. Okay, that's fine.
I'm going
wanna go before I
to.
do?
We'll let Nataru.
One.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to one. Bruce is going to throw me into the next space.
Mhm.
I'm going to summon Bushi. That's 11. That's a success.
Okay.
All
She
right,
strikes
she's
with a
gonna
plus
go-
7 to hit.
plus 7 to hit. That is a 26.
Okay, he's gonna be forced to use his tactician's sidestep.
All right. And I'm going to use my last movement to go back into the space with Marlowe.
Okay. Who next?
I'll hit him next.
Anyone can go besides me right now.
I'll hit him next.
Okay.
Yes.
Grim Edge. Well,
Ooh.
that's an 18 plus 4. I
Ye-
think the 22 hits.
He is going to have to spend his last action point to use tactician's sidestep a second time. He now has no points.
Zeke, get him.
As he parries that one.
I'm gonna use an attack stunt to bring out my hammer,
Okay.
and I'm already still in daring stance.
Uh-huh.
Let me smash.
So that is a 24. Yeah.
Finally, you connect. How do you want to do this?
Oh god. Oh.
Well done, guys. Holy shit.
Don't
This is
you
gonna
mean
be a
whaley
fucking
shit?
Hold on.
baseball bat centrifugal full force swing to the side of his head.
Does anybody have the baseball bat sound from Smash Brothers?
No.
I do not.
I got it. Hang on.
As you slam him against the side of the trees, he comes down on his knees and crumples as the sword sticks into the dirt. The Triforce of Power is fluttering weakly on his hand.
Wait, are we
And-
still in combat?
We're out of combat. Are we?
Free movement now.
Go ahead. Thank you for into this.
He's sort of gasping out of breath. He's leaning on the sword. You've proven far more capable than I would have thought.
He's gonna put the hammer back away and bring out his scythe and place the hook of the blade under his neck. Any last words?
He's gonna look up at you and say, "Save this world."
Zale's gonna step between. Hoyle, you said that if you were no longer worthy of this task, you would step down and you would stop. You are no longer worthy of this task. By your own words, by your own honor, you are bound by this.
He sighs. You speak truth, little one. And as he holds his hand up, you see something leave it. Hovering in the air in front of you is the Triforce of Power.
Grab it before Caius pops up.
Yeah, I'm grabbing it.
Yeah,
Pass
grab
you.
that shit.
Zeke, as you reach forward, the closer your hand gets, you realize that there is an outline on the back of your hand. The closer it gets, the brighter this outline shines until you make contact. And there's a flash of golden light that ignites the clearing in Divinity. As the glow fades, you see the Triforce of Power on the back of your hand.
I would like everyone to take a short glance at my my thing on Discord.
Yeah,
I'm
there it
working on
is.
I knew about this in advance.
Yeah. He slowly,
I'm so fucking proud.
and with that, Zeke, that was the 1-star reward for Captain Hoyle.
1 star.
Oh,
Why do you gotta do this to me, man?
Hey, it's still up to you.
Can Nataro interject?
I
Yeah,
think
I had Zeke intentionally pause in case people wanted to get their stuff in, because he's gonna do it if he isn't given a motive not to.
Nataro is gonna put her hand on Zeke's shoulder and remind him that Princess Zelda said everyone in Hyrule is bound to a fair trial, no matter how grievous their actions may be.
also, battle's over. Twig poofs back in with the pendants.
Yay!
Twig is staying the fuck away though. Twig is
Hoyle
scared.
is going to slowly, shakily stand, crack his back, take the sword, sheath it. Perhaps I was wrong. Perhaps I am not the person for this job. Back to the rest of
Won't
you.
sound good coming from Twig, but if someone will ask him, will you support us in doing what needs to be done?
Zayla will.
Okay.
Hoyle. We don't have to fight anymore. And you will answer for your crimes one day.
Of that I have no doubt. I never had the intention to survive this. In unmaking and remaking the world, I would have unmade myself too.
You will have unmade
Prepared
everyone.
to sacrifice anything for this kingdom. But you have proven yourselves more capable than I. And I owe you at least that.
You owe me something more than that. She's gonna walk over and just like grab him by the collar and like pull him down face to where he's facing her, and she's just gonna deck him in the middle of the nose.
And he's not even gonna try to dodge, he's gonna take it.
That was for Eve. That was for Saras.
Man, now I feel even worse. Fuck.
He silently just nods.
You will relinquish your weapon and those gauntlets to us, and we will take you to the princess to be judged.
Roll me aura.
Can I support him in this?
I
it
think
doesn't
at
matter.
this
I
point we'll
rolled-
all support him in this.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I rolled a 3.
Oh, nice.
Okay. He nods. I suppose that's the way of it, isn't it? So he takes off the golden gauntlets and hands them to you. And I ask that you let me keep the sword, at least for now.
You
There
will
is
relinquish it.
much good I can yet do even without the Triforce.
You will relinquish it when we're back at the base.
Let's let Zelda decide this. She is, after all, the last in line.
You're right.
On my honor, as guard captain of what was once the Hylian Royal Guard, I shall not harm you.
Good enough for me.
Anybody got any rope?
We
Or
have
believe him.
Girahim.
I believe him. He
How-
was trying
so-
to do good, even though his image of good was a little bit skewed.
Is Twig speaking coherent sentences?
No,
Okay,
Absolutely not.
I was
I'm
about to
just
be
not
so
a character
fucking
who
terrified.
can say these things. Just randomly eloquent Twig.
My suggestion, not as Nataru, but as me, is that we all kind of like surround him with our weapons and walk him towards Zelda.
I don't
just
That's
feel
what
that
the
that's
shackles were for.
necessary.
Okay.
Can I use Mana Crush to hold something?
Don't believe so.
Okay.
I'm
He's
putting those
just,
gauntlets on, by the way.
hang on. He's
Okay.
sitting there,
Well,
right?
hell,
Like,
all Zeke's gotta do is just grab his wrists then.
No, hang on. Do you still have him pulled down by his collar?
No, she's let go by now.
Oh, then he better not fight me on this, but Aspen's gonna climb until he's right on his fucking shoulders.
Still as Ganon
he's-
size?
No, and he's taking the mask off. He's gonna make it creepier. He's going to sit on Hoyle's shoulders with his hands just on the sides of Hoyle's head. If he tries anything, I bite his head off.
That's fair.
Heck.
He looks at you all and says, I am ready to follow.
Before we head off, I'd like to direct people's attention to my icon once more.
Yes,
He was ready.
Bam.
Look at that.
Wait. Don't we have
Yeah.
something
What I
to
miss?
do here?
His gauntlets
I'm-
changed.
Adam, this
Oh,
entire
you shit.
Guys, Dan's trying to talk.
Adam, this entire time will like after Zeke says you'll stand trial, he's just gonna nod a little bit, like in like acknowledgement. But then he's gonna start looking at the sword again. And he's gonna turn back to the party and say, "We have the means to obtain it."
Might as well. I mean, we're here.
Is that what you're doing?
Are we
Twig is
going?
Go get the Master Sword, yeah.
Propeller herself up over here and
Oh
kind of
my
float
God.
around it.
Is Twig gonna pull the Master Sword?
Oh yes, please.
Please, Twig, do it.
All right. I got the pendants. What do I do with them?
There are
Put 'em in the
3
pen-
slots in the
pedestal.
pedestal.
Okay, I'm gonna dig in my little pack and I'm gonna piece them in. Which one fits? It's like the little kids like shaping the hole kind of game.
Oh, where does the green pendant go? In the square hole.
In the square
Where
hole.
does the green
Yeah.
pendant go? In the square hole.
All right. I've done it.
Oh, I should have had the sound
Shall
clip
I-
ready, but you are yes. You are able to pull the Master Sword. And
Wait, pull.
I'm gonna stagger a little bit, even in the air, trying to hold this thing because it's heavier than me.
As
I would hope
Twig
that Kayla
is
being there would catch me. And the
as
sword.
actually, I was gonna say, as Twig like stumbles to like carry it, I'm gonna grasp by the handle and stabilize Twig.
alrighty, give me a moment.
I don't think Twig should have that.
That's why I'm gonna be. I want to. I guess I look at Twig and I go like, We've worked hard for it this long, and I've thought about it for this long as well. Will you do me the honor?
Wait, what am I doing? Am I giving you the
Giving me the
Triforce of
sword.
Courage?
Yes. No, not
No, the
the
sword.
The sword.
The sword. I mean, the sword's for whoever wants it. Well, look up
And
at
this
you
is Adam
wide-eyed
saying he
and just
wants the
kind of
sword.
release
the
my
sword
grip.
cannot be used by someone who does not hold the Triforce of Courage.
So you can't attack with it.
I bypassed
you're
the
gonna-
rules.
Yeah, he
Find out the
bypassed
hard
the
way.
rules. You forgot about
He's
the
got the
statue.
he's got the
I
statue.
did.
All right, so the Triforce is still there.
Yeah, we
Where
should
is
go
it
get it.
going?
It's not been unlocked yet.
How do we do that?
And nobody
We-
can get
but-
it as long as we have the sword.
But we should give it to Zayla at this point, I think.
That
We're
was my
going
thinking.
home though.
Okay, we're going home first.
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
kind of have to.
she
We
can-
kind of have to deal with Hoyle.
Are we
She
just
can,
gonna leave
she
it
can
there?
hold on to it for however long. She can't
Just
use it
confirm.
yet,
Just
though.
confirm. Amanda, do you give it to me, or do you hang on to it?
Yeah, you can have the sword.
Sweet.
I,
Okay.
I had too small to swing this thing around.
Alrighty. So back through the portal then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
This is
Does the
this ought to
sheath
be good.
materialize with it?
Yeah, that's a good question.
That's kind of how the massive sword works in Zelda. The sheath just kind of appears.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and put the good guard captain on the map here.
Not the evil one.
Yippee!
Oh, this is so weird.
Also, like, I realize you just took a picture of aged Link to make him, but why is he
Yeah.
hot though?
Why is he hot,
man.
though? Oh no, he's hot.
So he's not resisting. He's at this point, I think he's following Zeke because I think Zeke is the one that's kind of. Correct me if I'm
Keeping
wrong.
tabs on him,
Yeah.
The most commanding
Yeah.
presence here.
and Asplin's on his shoulders, ready to
Asplin is
chomp
on his,
that
on
head.
his.
He's
Yeah,
the
I'm
one who
ready to
finally
fucking
landed a
devour this
blow on
man.
Hoyle, and Hoyle respects him for that.
Natara's going to get Zelda.
About time you give me that sack of rupees, huh?
You see a small half smile.
You know, Asplin's just gonna lead it. By the way, did you intend for me to collect the blood myself, or do you still have that bottle on you?
He reaches back and he produces the bottle of blood.
You're just gonna just lightly, just kind of grasp it from him.
Grab it.
And he's
Move
just gonna
it. Thank you.
he's gonna take it. He's just gonna stare. Okay, I appreciate you being a man of your word.
I do
Even
not
if
break
you
my
didn't
word.
deliver this when you were supposed to.
That's true. We could have given him to it whenever we were on Death Mountain.
Would you believe I forgot?
This is why I remembered.
I also
Also-
forgot.
Also, can I just say
I
that before we
took it.
get any further, had none of you said anything, I was going to have a timing thing with Zeke. For Zeke to either kill him before I can, or I was going to devour Hoyle in front of all of you.
Gotta eat the science.
Gotta eat the science.
If Zayla didn't say what she said, his head was gonna roll.
Yeah.
I fully expected him to die right there.
In Asplin's stomach, yeah, I would have rolled.
All right, we're getting to the point where we're about to wrap up the session. So, what would you like to do from here?
Trial time.
Well, we've got Hoyle, and Taro just led Zelda into the room with Hoyle in it.
As she
Yeah, I
steps
did.
in, she sees who's standing next to you. Ah. She looks around at the rest of you. I am impressed. As skilled as Captain Hoyle is, I had not thought you would be able to best him.
Oh, he's terrifying.
Not anymore.
But wait, Princess Holy Fuck, she good now.
Yeah, Aspen's gonna be. No offense, but you are terrifying. But I respect that.
Sometimes one must become something unsavory in order to get the job done. I took the actions that I believe were right. Prepared to sacrifice myself to restore the world to its rightful state. And this is where we
Nataru's
have
gonna
ended
step
up.
forward.
I wonder what Ren
She's-
and Tora have to say about this.
Yeah.
Speaking of which,
Well, I
Zayla
might
is
just
going
kill
to
him.
go find Tora.
Oh boy.
Oh no, conflict time. Here we go, baby.
Nataru is going to look at Captain Hoyle with a kind of unreadable expression. While I appreciate you opening your heart to me about your family, Zelda's not to blame if you blame her.
I do not blame the princess. I worked for the princess. My
Nataru
orders
tilts her head.
were her father's orders.
I'm glad you don't blame
Did-
her.
I know that sound.
Which princess?
Both. I worked for both. I was contacted by the Bosphorus family, and I believed their cause to be just. So under the command of the late King of Hyrule, it was I who slew the previous royal family. And that is where we're going to end our session for tonight.
Much to think about, much to do.
Y'all got a lot done. Holy shit.
I'm so
I-
glad I got to use this
Again.
image.
It's Hoily shit.
You did so well in that fight.
We just circumvented a major boss.
That was here. I mean, you still ended up fighting him, but taking the Bigoron sword away so he couldn't use Mortal Draw, that's what kneecapped him. That is what kneecapped him.
Good.
Because if he'd hit somebody with Mortal Draw, the max he could have done was 8 hearts in 1 strike.
Oh yeah, he didn't
Jesus.
begin the fight. He
Because
didn't begin the fight with it.
yeah, so he was not able to use that.
You stealing Zeke's weapon and giving Zeke the idea to steal his right back is what kneecapped him.
Yeah, yeah. So like, it's good
You
that you
take
saw
mine, I
that
take
and you
yours.
adapted.
Also,
Because what I wanted to do is I wanted to showcase his skill and sheer power without making it one of those stupid scripted unwinnable fights, because I believe that you should
Right.
be able to win anything in this game if you have the right strategy, and you did. You
I
weren't supposed to
appreciate the
fight
war
him
of
until rank
attrition
10.
angle.
Well,
But-
I appreciated the war of attrition angle you had.
So the way I'll give you his stat block right now. I rarely
Oh.
pull back the curtain on these types of things, but for anybody who wants to see it, I will give you his stat block.
I would like to see this.
I'll spoiler it for anybody who doesn't want to see it.
I wish to study you further.
It means don't read it out loud.
Yeah. Well,
I will look
first,
at that
A lot of
later.
abilities.
Look,
first,
Captain Hoyle might.
All right.
yeah, targeting his grit and insight was actually a good decision because those were his lowest scores.
Were they?
Yeah.
Damn.
So first, before I talk about this, is there anybody who doesn't want to know what's on the stat block?
I don't care.
I'm already
I'm
reading it.
good.
I'm already reading it.
So I can
too.
talk about it then. Okay. So, Legendary Tactician was sort of my version of D&D's legendary actions, so that way he can stand up against a party of, without just being completely swamped by action economy. Expert strategist, never actually used that. Tactician sidestep, he got to negate the first successful attack in any round. So using Impa to get that out of the way was very smart because that left him open, and to use it further, he has to spend an action point. So you're burning
I saw you
resources
do
by
that
doing
once
that.
or twice.
Yeah. Mindfulness, that was the big one, because Hoyle is intelligent and adaptable. He's only going to let something work once. So think of it as sort of an advanced diminishing returns. Counterfang, you saw that. Triforce of Power, you got to see that. And Golden Resilience was something that you had him having to burn over and over again to use action points on. So just all in all, like you didn't do the typical, attack every round. You were using all of the previous fights that you have been through up to now, the Calamity Zelda fight, where you had to learn to use combat tricks and attack assists. Everything that you've been through all culminated in your strategy to this fight, and you used everything that you've learned to beat him.
That was my original plan. Was I was going to use Hocus Pox to put Putrefy on it.
So he's losing
we
a
could
heart every
force-
turn. Yeah.
Well,
Get that
either lose the heart
fucking-
every turn or have to spend an action point to cleanse himself.
Right.
I hate you. I'll get that fucking shadow puppet proc one of these days.
Yeah, that one. So I figured Supernatural Will makes a lot of sense for how like determined and focused he is. I did the one thing I didn't give him was Supernatural Leaping because I didn't feel like it made sense. He only had Supernatural
He already
Might.
has 2 supernaturals.
Right, he only had Supernatural Might because of items, and now that he doesn't have those items, he doesn't have that anymore. No Triforce of Power, no Golden Gauntlets. So he's back to base rolls on Might. Actually, I have to decrease his Might score because that factors in the Golden Gauntlets and the Triforce of Power, which I think did increase Might. I don't remember.
Let's find out. Let me read.
Yes, Might plus 2. So
increases might by 2.
Oh, it
you
does.
took both of those off, so he loses 5 Might total. So he's down to 14.
Oh, shit.
His aura goes down by 1, his grit goes down by 1 as well. So that's 15 and 13 respectively.
I have guilt for leaving him so defenseless because something is gonna kill him,
He's
even if
just
he's
get-
on our side.
he's far
He
from
brought it out
defenseless,
himself.
especially still with the sword. So
Yeah, Yeti.
Can,
If I'm
before
reading
you
this
say
correctly,
can you send me the Silver Gauntlets card? I can't find it in my thing.
yeah, give me
I
a
most
second.
certainly can. Or
Oh, you got it?
can,
Yeah, go for it if you got it.
No,
That way I
that's
don't...
actually one of the ones I don't have.
Okay, I will send it. Guys, what?
I need
Yeah,
to
no.
I need to compare mights so I can
I
adjust
was
mine
gonna say, what's your
accordingly.
base might? Because with the Golden Gauntlets plus the Triforce, you're getting a +5 to your base.
Right, but
Oh,
see,
my-
it doesn't matter how high your might gets, a nat 20 is still a failure. So essentially, you just have you're reduced to a
hang on,
5%
hang on.
chance to fail.
Hang on, if his might goes up to a 20, then wouldn't that be he can't not succeed?
Nope, that's written in the
Oh.
rules.
There
Good to
has to
know.
be room for failure
Yeah.
somewhere.
Good to know. Good to know.
So
Yeah,
there is
+3 from the Gauntlet.
This
+2
means-
from the Triforce.
right. So this means that you could theoretically hand over the Golden Gauntlets to somebody else. So you have 2 characters with supernatural might since they don't stack.
Give him to Zayla.
Oh my God!
Punchy twig.
Punchy
Oh,
Twig.
Twig!
If Twig had the if Twig had the Golden Gauntlets, I would allow her to use unarmed strikes. There we go. Apparently, I didn't have this in my phone.
I
Really
beg
kidding.
you.
That'd be funny as fuck.
I beg
See
you.
this little round wooden thing propelling toward you. Just
So
a
I think
couple
your
of
might goes
giant
up by
Popeye
3 total.
arms.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so your might as it is goes up by 1 and then another 2 for the Triforce.
So that puts my might at 20.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, so
So you're
have a
capped.
Oh
If
my
you had the
God.
Silver Gauntlets instead, you would be at 19, which would be functionally the same.
Yeah.
The only
You're just
difference
flexing
is
on
the
You're just
Golden
flexing
Gauntlets.
on people at this point.
The Golden Gauntlets allow you to lift large creatures, whereas the Silver Gauntlets allow you to lift medium creatures and smaller.
Yeah. Because of the supernatural might.
Well,
Well, it
here's
says that in
thing.
the description for Golden Gauntlets, the sizes of creatures you can lift and throw.
Oil
and-
is no longer an issue. Cassios is never going to be an issue, little pussy. Who do we fight next?
We're fighting
Does-
Cassius. No, I'm kidding.
Does
Still pretty
supernatural might increase the might score itself at all?
No.
No.
It gives you an
Okay.
edge on might checks and contests. And it allows you to engage in might contests with massive creatures who normally automatically win against smaller creatures.
I got you.
So if you now come up against a massive creature and there's a might contest, you can now enter that contest instead of just automatically failing it.
Gotcha.
You'll
So-
also Vic, check your DMs.
What'd you do? Okay.
I sent you a
But
thing
yeah.
about Asplin.
Interesting.
Track.
Okay.
I'm keeping track.
Okay. All right. All in all, beginning of the session was a little rocky just because I think there was so much decision to be made, which is sort of my fault for leaving that open, so I apologize for that. I sort of kind of set you guys up for failure there, but you did end up working it out, and you ended up going to the Sacred Grove, and you ended up doing all this shit. You've made a ton of progress, so I hope you guys did enjoy the end of the session at the very least.
Yeah.
Heck yeah, man.
How much XP do we get for fighting Hoyle?
For doing everything that you did in addition to the normal 4, I'm going to give you 2 extra, so you're going to be at 110.
Hey.
So you're going to get a full 6 XP from that, and I will put that on. But yes, fantastic job, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and stop the recording here. We will be back next week.
See you later.
God.
Why?
Fucking damn it.